All right, I'd like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Ms. Allard?
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Here.
Ms. Zalatel?
Here.
And Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask MC Mahogany Magnetic to lead us in the pledge.
Oh, she's declining, I think.
Then I would like to ask Kevin McGee to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the minutes of regular meetings January 14th, January 17th, and February 11th of 2020.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then that is approved. Next, we have Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by thanking the way Anchorage has responded to the civil rights crisis that's gripping the rest of the country. And it says a lot about who we are and the kind of relationships that we have here, that in spite of historic injustices, there's still a fundamental belief in the promise of this country that exists here, and that we're all going to continue to work for it together. And I think it says a lot about who we are, and I hope that we can continue to forge those kind of relationships as we move ahead, trying to resolve injustices that have existed, and that we continue to remember that this country is built on a promise and that we have to work every day for that promise. I also want to, as we have done since this COVID crisis began, make the administration available to question from the Assembly should you have any questions about the current conditions, and I know members of my team are here and ready to answer questions should they exist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your report. And I've received a number of emails and calls from constituents who are very concerned that we'll have to return to a hunker down situation given the increase in positive cases. Can you comment on that?
It's currently one of the things that we did when we entered this crisis was we set out two goals. First was to flatten the curve, and the second was to raise the bar. And to this point, we've done a pretty good job flattening the curve, although we're starting to see a second wave materialize, and it's just as the experts forecast. We also raised the bar in terms of increasing our public health capacity. That's not to say that we are not going to get to a point where our public health capacity and our hospital capacity isn't overly burdened. I mean, currently, for example, we're able to trace all cases if there's a significant increase in the number of cases, that will not continue to exist. But one of the things that we have learned over time is how to pinpoint where the disease is and how to contain it in a more precise manner. Hunker down was the only tool at our disposal when we began this process. It is an option of last resort, and I would encourage people to do the things that we know make a difference. Maintain the physical distancing when you're amongst other individuals. Wear a mask. That matters. Practice the kind of hygiene that makes it harder for the virus to flourish. So if we can continue to do those things, I think that we can continue to maintain relatively low numbers of cases. But as I'm sure everyone here is aware, the number of cases has increased dramatically over the last few days, which puts much more of a premium on individual behavior. We cannot wish this problem away, much as many people would like us to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next, we have the Assembly Chair's report. So a few things. We have many important topics before us tonight, and I have full faith in us being able to listen, agree, disagree, vote, and then move on. It's important that we lead by example in that manner. Also want to thank the public and staff and the members for adhering to our protocols, which were developed to allow us to welcome back the public, and we are very, very happy to welcome back the public, and to keep us all safe. Then last, want to talk about the Rules Committee meeting that we have this upcoming Friday. The invite has not changed yet, but it will be in person or via phone for those who would prefer that on Friday, 2:10 to 4:10 p.m. City Hall. So more changes to come. Also would like to direct the clerk to change the public hearing on a couple of items. So first, and these are in conjunction with the administration or the sponsor's requests. So first is item 10G5. The public hearing should be set to June 23rd. And 10G9. The public hearing should be set to July 14th. That is it for the Assembly Chair's report. Next, we have committee and liaison reports. And for this section of the agenda, if folks can let the clerk know when you go and give your report. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, thank you to the clerk for catching that error. So it is item 10G6, not 10G5. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So moving on to committee and liaison reports. So if members, as we go down the dais, if you would like to be a sponsor to AR 2020-197, which we will be taking up soon regarding the I Can't Breathe resolution, please ask the clerk to be a co-sponsor on to that. So we're going to go ahead and start on this side with Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thank you. Committee Economic Development Committee met last Thursday, the 28th, and we reviewed a couple of the marijuana licenses and a transfer that we'll be talking about later this evening. Today from 1 to 3 and tomorrow from 1 to 3, the AMATS Policy Committee and Technical Advisory Committee are meeting to go over more than 500 comments on the Metropolitan Transportation Plan 2040, and that includes the comments that we sent in. And that's been pretty productive. There was a lot of work went into the comment response, and we're reviewing those now. And those comment and responses will be made public, I believe, Thursday or Friday of this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Wednesday, June 17th, the Committee on Homelessness will meet from 11 a.m. till 12:30. That will still be a virtual meeting at this point, and we'll be taking up 3 items. We will get a gap analysis, so gaps in our system, presentation from the Coalition, Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. We will discuss an ordinance that is for introduction today regarding zoning for shelter locations. And then we will take up for the bulk of the meeting the public health and safety pillar of Anchored Home as it relates to alcohol tax and possible expenditures there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow, Wednesday, June 3rd, the Assembly Public Safety Committee will meet from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. It will also be a virtual meeting at this point. There are going to be 4 items on that agenda. Discussion of the alcohol tax with the Anchorage Fire Department, Police Department, and the Prosecutor's Office to better address the responses to homelessness, domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. We'll also have a discussion about wildfire mitigation with the Anchorage Fire Department, public perception survey with the Anchorage Police Department, and then talk about our 2021 budget priorities. We encourage members of the public to attend. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
I don't have anything. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Only that the Enterprise Utilities Oversight Committee is working to organize tours of the construction down at the Petroleum and Cement Terminal. The first tour will be this Thursday. It's booked, and there are several dates that you should see coming forward that members will be invited to attend if they would like. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this the appropriate time to let the clerk know that I'd like to add my name as a co-sponsor?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thanks, everyone, for being here. We haven't seen many of your faces in a long time. It's nice to see you. Suzanne LaFrance and I co-chair the Health Policy Committee meeting, or Health Policy Committee, and we'll be meeting tomorrow at a slightly different time to accommodate a longer meeting. We'll be meeting from 12:30 to 2 on Teams, so it will be a digital meeting, and we'll be discussing the alcohol tax. I want to thank all of you who are here, who voted for it and had the vision to make a difference in our community with respect to a couple different things: public safety, prevention of things like child abuse, sexual assault, domestic violence, and potentially starting some early education or providing additional resources for early education. And then also to work on homelessness, which we know is a big problem in our community. So we'll be discussing mostly the second bucket and then a bit of the third, and we'll have experts there, including Jared Parrish from the Division of Public Health, that's Dr. Jared Parrish, Stephanie Berglund from THREAD, Chelsea Morrow, who's a preschool director at ASD, Susie Pearson, the executive director of Awake, Keely Olson, the executive director of STAR, Standing Together Against Rape, Leanne Garrick from Cook Inlet Tribal Council, April Kyle from South Central Foundation, Sherry Hinshaw from Volunteers of America, Renee Rafferty, regional director of behavioral health from Providence, and Trevor Storrs from ACT, Alaska Children's Trust. So we have a really good lineup. We hope to learn a lot tomorrow about the kinds of incredible things we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Sorry, I forgot during my presentation to say that I would also like to be added to the resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just add to Ms. Quinn Davidson's lovely invitation that I hope that other members here will be able to participate in the meeting tomorrow. And I have also added my name to the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee met virtually on May 27th, and we received information on the agreement that was being worked out between Juneau and Anchorage for us to count their ballots for their election this coming fall. And we also discussed the most recent election we had here in Anchorage and some of the things that went well and some of the things that we might need to make improvements on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing else to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to request that my name be added as a co-sponsor to that resolution. Otherwise, I have no committee report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on in our agenda to the addendum to the agenda. And before we get to the addendum, we're going to go ahead and go through our laid on the table procedure. And I'm crossing my fingers today will be smoother. First we have item 10A6, resolution number AR 2020-196, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing June 13th, 2020 as Juneteenth Day in Anchorage. So just as a reminder to the body, the process is to move to lay the item on the table and a second, and then someone will need to provide the justification for laying on the table, then we will vote. I think we can do that in pretty quick succession. So is there a motion?
There's a motion. I move to lay the item on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Since you made the motion, Ms. Zolotel, do you want to provide the justification?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is a item of timeliness and needs to become before us because there is a date of June 13th, 2020 that we wish to recognize, which is before our next meeting.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
That motion is approved 11-0. Next, item 10B1, we do not need to go through the procedure for that, as that is just a supplemental. Item 10B4, resolution number AR 2020-197, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly responding to recent national events recognizing I Can't Breathe, a peaceful rally on May 30th, 2020, calling for an end to systemic racial injustice and making a commitment to address inequity and injustice within the municipality of Anchorage. Do I have a motion?
I move to lay that item on the table, Mr. Chair.
Second.
I got the second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zolotel?
This item really can't wait. It's urgent because it addresses very recent events and that are very timely for us to take up this discussion and make the commitments in the resolution if it passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor on this, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That is approved. Did someone not vote? Oh, okay. That is approved 10-0. We have two more items. Item 10B5, AR number 2020-198, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly for a third extension of the declaration of civil emergency issued by the mayor of the municipality of Anchorage on March 12th, 2020. Madam Vice Chair, if you could make the motion.
I move to lay that item on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. If someone from the administration can provide the justification. Ms. Vogel?
Sorry, I think my microphone's on now. The emergency declaration is set to expire June 5th, and that is the need to vote on this tonight.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes. Yes.
And Ms. Allard is absent.
Kate's in the queue.
Ms. Vogel?
It's come to my attention that there was an attachment missing to this document. It was sent out last night, but not in the updated, with the preliminary version, but not with the not with the final version that we sent to the clerk's office today. So I was wondering if someone would move to supplement with the health update from Natasha Pineda that was sent to the mayor on Friday. And the clerk's office has that printed out, but I was wondering if someone would move to supplement the laid on the table item with that.
Got it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and, thank you, Ms. Vogel. We will do that when we have the item before us, before we do debate. Last item, 10B6, AR 2020-199, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with the state of Alaska to accept CARES Act funds and appropriate when tendered. Madam Vice Chair?
Move to lay this item on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. If we can get a justification from the administration.
Jason Bockenstead, Chief of Staff for the Mayor. This is one of the requirements that the state has imposed prior to us submitting a signed grant agreement, that we need to have an approved resolution from the governing body to go along with that signed grant agreement. So if it's not done tonight, we're going to be waiting at least another 2 weeks to receive CARES Act funding from the state.
Thank you. Any discussion on laying this item on the table? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
So that is 11-0. So all of those items were laid on the table, and now we will have a chance to incorporate them into the agenda. So, Madam Vice Chair.
Move to incorporate the addendum and the laid on the table items as printed and distributed and then read by you.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Any discussion? Any opposition? Okay, then those items are incorporated. Okay, so now we are going to move on to appearance requests and initial audience participation. Before we queue up the first speaker, so for this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, or those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the Assembly or the Chair and not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate, and we should maintain decorum at this meeting. So I think we have two folks lined up to start, and if we can go ahead and get the first individual. Hold the paper. So we have Mr. Clinton Brown.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Brown, this is Felix Rivera. You are with the Anchorage Assembly. We are at initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Clinton K. Brown II, and I would like to offer some comments on the mayor's request to extend his dictatorial powers until 31 July. Apparently, the mayor and members of the Assembly have not been listening to the people of Anchorage. We have made it abundantly clear to you that we will no longer tolerate these continued abuses of power. There'll be no more lockdowns, no more closed businesses. Your destruction of our city is done. None of the decisions you made in response to the Wuhan virus are based on science. And if you attempt to dispute that, I would challenge you to provide the empirical evidence on their success. The decisions to destroy the livelihoods of thousands of Alaskans was based on fear, not science. You closed sporting goods stores, yet allowed liquor stores to remain open. Apparently, you have evidence that one cannot contract the Wuhan virus in liquor stores, but you can contract it in a restaurant. You closed art galleries, but you let pot shops remain open. Once again, you have this evidence the virus cannot be contracted in a pot shop, but it can be contracted at an auto dealership. Could you please share that scientific evidence with those of us who are ignorant? I would appreciate it. The mayor's request to extend his tyrannical powers is nothing more than his desire to keep a stranglehold on the people of this city while controlling our actions with fear-mongering. The focus of our community should be protecting the most vulnerable while everyone else gets back to fixing what you have destroyed. It will take years to recover from the damage inflicted on this city by the mayor and assembly members. All of you are personally responsible for every single business that will close its doors forever. All of you are responsible for the thousands of people who are laid off from their jobs, unable to pay their rent, mortgage, and car payments. There will be hundreds of people evicted from their homes, have their cars repossessed, and you are responsible. My businesses have been significantly damaged by your actions. And providing the mayor with any additional power is a slap in my face and the faces of every other business owner in this city. That is, unless you own a pot shop or liquor store. We wouldn't want to get in the way of any mayoral candidate or assembly member's fundraisers or stop those tax dollars. The decisions you make today will determine whether you're on the side of the people who have elected you, or will you continue to be part of what will go down in history as the worst example of elected leadership in American history. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Next, we have Mr. Eugene Carl Haber.
Hello?
Hi, I'm Mr. Haberman. You are with the Anchorage Assembly. We are at initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Well, I signed up for the final one, not the first one.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
And then note for the record, I
we
signed
will
up
call
for
you back then.
Light Tower, and I didn't get.
Thank you. All right. So, moving on in our agenda, are there any other members who would like to participate in our initial audience participation? Welcome. So if you could state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Alex. I live in the Sand Lake District of Anchorage. I'm here to ask that our law enforcement officers be required to wear body cameras. This assembly, as well as Mayor Berkowitz, has jurisdiction over the Anchorage Police Department, and I will also be making this case to the Department of Public Safety and state legislators that state troopers and village public safety officers must be included in this. The National Institute of Justice has stated that body cameras are a valuable tool for collecting evidence, protecting officers from false accusations, increasing the number of positive interactions between police and civilians, increasing accountability of officers, expediting the resolution of incidents, and improving public trust in law enforcement, which is a huge problem in rural Alaska especially. Alaska is one of the worst places in the country for excessive force against minorities. This, combined with our devastatingly low rate of crime reporting and our non-existent standards for hiring village public safety officers, means that body cameras are one of the cheapest and most logical ways to improve the functionality and reputation of our law enforcement. These body cameras should not have an off switch because there's no reason a law-abiding officer would need one, and their activities should be logged daily with disciplinary action for repeated failure to maintain a charged battery. If essential workers like cashiers and restaurant workers like myself are required to be on camera at work for their safety and accountability for their jobs, we should at least hold our law enforcement to the same standards. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for those comments. I was just going to ask the chief, since he's here, I think hiding behind, he's not hiding, but he's hidden behind the camera there. Is that him?
Yeah, the chief is there.
Yeah, would you mind, Chief Dahl, just spending a moment or two talking about the kinds of safety precautions you take and responding directly to the idea of using body cameras?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on that. I frankly agree with most of those points. Those are all good things. We agree with that. They do accomplish a lot of those things. That's one of the reasons that the Anchorage Police Department has cameras installed in our vehicles, cameras that point out the front and also point into the back seat for people that are seated in the back. There are a couple primary barriers for us to adopt body cameras. One of them is cost. It's an expensive system. It's not inexpensive relative to the other things that we do. It would be an added cost, and to deploy it across the entire police department would be a challenge. I think the other issue that when we've looked at it and talked to some of our partners on these things like the ACLU, there are privacy concerns in Alaska. Alaska has, you want me to stop?
Go ahead.
Just checking. Alaska has a very strong privacy clause in its constitution. So to have law enforcement officers go into people's homes on a daily basis, have contact with victims, be recording that, it's not necessarily a permanent barrier. It's just something that would need to be addressed. What the Anchorage Police Department already does do is we have a very robust system of accountability built inside the police department. And while I agree with the original speaker that there are parts of Alaska that we've talked about a lot in the last year or two that see significant challenges to providing effective, fair, unbiased law enforcement to residents. And certainly in parts of rural Alaska, that is a definite challenge. And I've seen direct results from that as my role as chair of the Alaska Police Standards Council. But what we do at APD is we have that robust system in place. We take every single complaint that we get from residents, people that have had contact with the police, from our own officers inside the police department. We investigate those, and ultimately we hold our people accountable. And I think it's easy for me to stand before you and say that, and I think a lot of people around the country do. However, we have a track record of actually proving it. And if you look at what's happened at the Anchorage Police Department just in the last year, we've had several instances of officers that have been held criminally accountable for their conduct. And that's not something that I'm proud of. It's something that typically makes me sick to my stomach when we have to deal with it. But those are things that we willingly do. I think all 4 of the incidents that we had last year were internally reported, and then we let the public know that they'd happened and what actions we'd taken to resolve them. So I think that in and of itself should really reassure the public that we take very seriously holding our people to a high standard. And there are a lot of things in place to do that, internal checks and balances. And certainly body cameras are a useful tool for that. I just would suggest that they're not the only tool.
Thank you, Chief Dahl. Could I ask a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair? Do you know the significance between body cameras versus cameras on the car, and how are body cameras more effective because they track wherever the police officer is? Or, I'm just curious why other communities use that instead.
They're different. I wouldn't say that one's better than the other. They're complementary in a lot of ways. The cameras in the vehicles tend to capture a very wide field of view, and they're stationary, so they're easy to see. If you've ever watched body camera footage, sometimes it's hard to tell what's going on because your body moves around a lot. The technology is getting better, and the image stabilization continues to improve, but that's a challenge. Even with the in-car cameras, the officers typically wear a microphone on their belt, so even when they're not in the view of the camera, that's still recording. One thing that was mentioned was never being able to turn off the camera. That presents its own challenges. If you think about depending on the contact you're having with a victim, you maybe don't want to record that because we have contact with people in all sorts of different various states that maybe it's not in the victim's best interest to record it at that particular moment. But also officers do things like go to the bathroom halfway through their shift or other things. So you need to have that ability. So I would say that the two systems are very different. They can be very complementary. I'm not opposed to the idea of body cameras. There are just some challenges we'd have to overcome in Alaska to do that. I mentioned the ACLU earlier, and we've had discussions with them in the past. I just think it's a good example that when I ask them, what's your recommendation for us, for APD here in Alaska to do this? And they said, well, we don't really have one. We're just waiting to see what you do, and then maybe we'll oppose it. And I said, okay, well, then maybe we should talk more about how we go about this.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I see some other members in the queue, but I just want to remind folks that we are still in the middle of the initial audience participation, which ends at 6 o'clock. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Chief. I want to kind of take it to a different place and say thank you for two reasons. The first reason is your statement came out and it was unequivocal and it was clear, and in these days that's what people need to hear, are messages that are resonant and true and clear instead of just wiggle words and hedge words. And so I want to thank you formally. And the second thing I want to say is that I participated Saturday in the event that we're going to be discussing in a bit, and it went off without a hitch, peacefully. It was a great celebration. And the place I went to college, in my hometown, San Luis Obispo, I think we've talked a little bit about their policing before. I've been studying videos all across the country of how police are interacting with their communities over the last week, and it has been very eye-opening. And in my hometown, people were peacefully engaged. There was nothing they were doing, and then people came out in SWAT gear, cannons, shooting gas, and it was incredible to witness. And I want to express to APD my gratitude that there wasn't a presence that made anyone feel uncomfortable when they were gathering to rally for the proper treatment of people in our country and saving lives, essentially. And so for my part, I'm grateful to your team for their not starting trouble when there was no reason for trouble. People were gathered peacefully, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we're still in the middle of initial audience participation. So if anyone would like to participate. Yes, sir, you can come up.
Greetings, American citizens. I'm Joseph Nakoma Brooks, Joseph, index NACOMA, index BROOKS. My Division of Motor Vehicles issue shifts to 35 age, stated tomorrow on our calendar of 2020 technologies. Interstellar infested insectoid infatuation and gestures amongst us. Amen.
Thank you for participating. Mr. Oliva, are you coming up?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you.
Are you going to welcome me?
Of course I am, Mr. Oliva. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, well, there wasn't a disturbance in the force. That wasn't me this time. You got to get caught up. What's happened to me, it hasn't been good, but I'm handling it quite well with the police chaplain, 2 psychologists, and 1 psychiatrist, and they give you good advice. And I'll end this on a joke, but ML&P, I missed it, but make sure the contracts for independent contractors like myself who have an MLP surplus auction contract, that rolls, that it's not terminated. They do not put theirs out to bid. It's a sole source contract, and the same contractor had it for 15 years. I also want to note that I am the person convicted of using calcium hypochlorite as a disinfectant, understanding communicable diseases as a sewage treatment plant operator. Unfortunately, I was convicted of 75 gallons. Well, that's about $6,000 worth of calcium hypochlorite. This is Ajax Comet. It runs about $1, $1.25. It's calcium hypochlorite, sanitizing bleach. I'm going to try to get my appeal to the court because 1 year in jail, suspended, and everything else, including the anger management, which is working. I'm pretty calm. Except when the mayor speaks, he can poke you. But the bottom line here is the EPA now recommends the use of calcium hypochlorite And guess what facilities they're using it in and around? Homeless shelters. So I got to update you, didn't hear an answer. I asked forgiveness for the hazmat team that came out and basically allegedly cleaned up 75 gallons of calcium hypochlorite. That bill was $9,700. I'd like to have it sponged. I requested that. I think I've been a target. My criticisms of homeless agencies has been accurate. I don't think the conditional use that you're going to work with is going to fly because of the history of what conditional uses can do to a neighborhood. I also want to mention that recently I turned in a campsite below my house. It was abated by the owner of the property, but I told him make sure he files trespass because there's retaliation. The retaliation came to me by someone coming into my house, stealing 2 iPads, the keys to the house, the car, and my daughter had her exit with a butcher knife. Well, that was scary enough.
Mr. Oliva.
Let me sum up, Felix.
Sure, one sentence.
Okay. I don't think I'm being heard. And I'll sum up with the joke, Felix. The psychiatrist, he cut me short. You know why? Because he says if I hear any more from you of your stories, I'll commit suicide.
Thank you for your participation. Would anyone else like to participate in our initial audience participation? I know we're here for a bunch of other things. Yes, sir, welcome.
Hi, my name's Rob Barrett, and I live across the street from Stork Park in Bear Valley, which has been a contention for many for the particular use that it's been derived at. I moved into Bear Valley in 1985. I'm probably one of the longest residing residents in and around the park. My efforts back in 1988 through 1991 were to try and get bear-proof cans, garbage cans, established inside of the park, as well as ruling that was already on the books in the Ombudsman's file. It was, let's see, AMCR 2510.016 and AMC 25.70.040. These particular chapters in the book indicate that there is supposed to be no motorized aircraft inside the park areas. The park superintendent now has, it's Steve Rasu, I believe, R-A-S-U-E. Anyway, he has gone ahead and allowed the motorized aircraft to continue to fly in Bear Valley at this Stork Park, and it's been a contention for me for years that this particular annoyance hasn't gone away. I did have some signs that were posted back in 1991, 3 of them, that were upholding these rulings, and there was supposed to be no aircraft flying in the park. It said it, no model airplane flying. Well, somebody from the radio control, model airplane radio control folks had gone to the Parks Department and had that ruling reviewed, and then they allowed for that to happen, posting signs that they could only fly during certain periods of time. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Well, the problem with it is these are electric aircraft. They're supposed to be flying over the soccer field only, and they don't. They don't fly over the soccer field only. They fly over the entire park. They fly over my home. Gas-powered airplanes are flying over their home, and it's like having a mosquito in your tent that you can't find, and he just keeps buzzing all the time. Like I say, I've been going through this since 1985. I had the signs posted. They wouldn't recognize those because they didn't look far enough back in the records to see that this had already been ruled upon and the signs should have been posted. I'm bringing this to your attention so we might be able to put a little pressure on the Parks Department to be able to remove those signs and have those particular airplanes curtailed and flown in some other area that's more conducive for it. I mean, we have geese, we have sandhill cranes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Your time is up. I'm not seeing any questions for you, but I'm sure your assembly representatives will follow up with you.
Sure. I've already brought this to the attention of John Weddleton and to Ms. LaFrance.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, so unless I see anyone else pop up, I'm going to go ahead and move on. All right, so we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items number 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. I'm going to go ahead and go down the dais and see what folks would like to pull. I'm going to start on this side with Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 10A1 for reading.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming that someone has actually been assigned to poll 10A3, but I am going to go ahead and at least mention it. But I also want to poll item 10C1, 10 Charlie 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 10A2, 10A2. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull one item, 10A4, 10 Alpha 4 for reading.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Nothing for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would like to pull, as was previously noted, 10A3, 10A6, and 10B4.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, but Assemblymember Constant just pulled mine for me.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 10B, 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
I'd like to pull items 10B5, 10B6, and I believe the rest of my items were pulled. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me read the list. So we have items 10A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 10B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 10C1. Are there any additional items?
Mr. Chair, you forgot to call Weddleton, but I'm covered.
Excuse me. Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Weddleton. All right, I'm not hearing any other items. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any opposition?
Mr. Chair, just a quick point of clarity. I'm looking at the electronic version of our agenda, and it looks like there are duplicate items in there, 10B4 and 10B5. And I think that that might just be something to do with the way the data was entered, but.
Item 10B5 that I pulled is laid on the table. Item 10B5, Bravo 5, which is the emergency declaration request. And item 10 Bravo 6 is the appropriation request related to that, also laid on the table.
And so I'm just not sure which is accurate. The one I have before me says 10B4 is Resolution AR 2020-197. 10B5 is AR 2020-197 as well. And then 10B6 goes to 198.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and put it into the record. Item 10B4 is AR 2020-197. AR 10B5 is AR 2020-198. And AR 10B6 is AR 2020-199.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keeping me on my toes today. All right. Seeing no further discussion, any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A, 10B through 10E, other than the items that were pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you're here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we're going to go ahead and go through the ones that were pulled. Ms. Zolotel?
Mr. Chair, I move to change the order of the day to take up item 10B4 first.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the individuals here to accept that resolution needs to leave almost any moment for childcare reasons. Thank you.
10B4, yeah. Yeah. So we're going to take it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any opposition to that? Okay, so we'll go ahead and take that one up first, and then we'll take all the other ones up in the order as presented in the agenda. So, just give me a second. We now have before us item 10B4, resolution number AR 2020-197, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly responding to recent national events recognizing I Can't Breathe, a peaceful rally on May 30th, 2020, calling for an end to systemic racial injustice and making a commitment to address inequity and injustice within the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Mr. Constant. Any discussion? Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In recognition of today's focus on amplifying African American and Black voices today, my comments are going to be limited to those I received from children about Saturday and the recent events, and I'm just going to read them to the best of my ability. So, from James, 9 years old. Am I mad? Am I sad? Why do people want to kill us? I am no different than them. It's really bad that people are killing other people, and it needs to stop. The people that do violence because they think they have more power over Black people should not be here. They should go to that place for bad people. Samuel, age 8. I don't feel great. I'm mad. I believe we should be treated the way they want to be treated. Brianna, age 8. I think we should arrest the police and fire them and put them in a different state. I want to be a police officer. I'm going to stay out of trouble, make friends, and pray. Durante, age 8. Those police officers have to go to jail. Killing is wrong. I'm afraid they will get me. Noah, 10 years old. Tear gassing protesters is wrong. Every American has the right to protest. It's in the Constitution. This needs to end now. Orion, 19. I want to be treated the same. Jasir, 7 years old. I want people to stop lying to us, be nice to us, and be kind. Jeremiah, 7 years old. I think that what white people are doing right now is bad, and that they're doing the same thing that they did a long time ago, which is not fair to Black people. And I know I want to live, and I know other people want to live too, so please do not kill us because killing is bad. Zelda, age 8.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would like to invite Jasmine Smith down. Hello, Jasmine. Welcome. I just first wanted to thank you for organizing an amazing event on Saturday and provide you the microphone and allow you the opportunity to tell us what you think we ought to be thinking about.
Thank you for the opportunity. The first thing I want to do is also invite Marcus up here. As you guys know, Marcus is a local teenager in ASD who also coordinated a rally on Saturday as well, and I wouldn't feel right not sharing this space. So I'll say some words and then I'll let Marcus say some words as well. So I thought long and hard about what to say, and very thankful that I have people in my corner, Dana Mahogany, Michael, Brittany, and many others, and Polly and George, who said to speak from the heart. So that is what my intention is. First and foremost, I'm very thankful for this and the detailedness of this and the fact that it was even considered in the first place. But I have to acknowledge that it's not enough. I'm happy that it's here and this platform is being provided to discuss what's happening on a national level, but echoing on a local level, we do have problems and we have things we have to work out. The issues that we have here in terms of racism and equity and justice issues does not look the same way it does in the lower 48, but it's real and it's here. And when you've been through it, you know. And the sad thing is many people know who I am. I'm very known in the community. But even I have had absolutely terrible PTSD-causing interactions with some law enforcement here. Even I have seen that no matter how hard I work here, I'm not going to get the same thing one of my white counterparts get. Even though I am seen everywhere, if you don't know me, I still look like I fit the description or I could be a suspect. And as a woman of color, and as a woman raising kids of color, particularly my son, that's terrifying. So the challenge that I do have today that I feel very impassioned about saying is, this is great, thank you, but we have so much more we have to do. And I encourage you guys to not think about this right now and let it go away, and don't think everything is okay because you don't experience it, but Anchorage has a lot of work to do. We're doing good in some areas, but we have more work to do. It's urgent, it's not small, and we can't say, thankfully, this is not like down there. It is like down there. It's just more covert, and it takes place in the form of microaggressions and not having people who need to be in leadership and leadership. So someone said to me, I'm so proud that we have the most diverse assembly we've had in a long time, to which I countered, that's not much to be proud of because it's not as diverse as it could be. So I thank you again for this. I appreciate it. And I'm doing a call to action to the assembly, the city, mayor, municipal manager, police chief, APD, and everybody to have real conversations backed by action with steps to address this as well. And I also want to say Black Lives Matter.
Hi, everyone. I'm Marcus. I organized the event downtown right before Jasmine's event. Sorry, I wasn't prepared to speak, but thanks. My main goal for organizing that protest was to give a voice to youth up here especially that feel like they don't have a chance to speak just because we're kind of in a way disconnected from the lower 48, and we're disconnected from the adults up here, especially during quarantine. And just like Jasmine said, that's what I wanted to do, was a call to action for more of the authority in Anchorage. And also, I wanted to say that it makes me feel really happy that I'm able to give more confidence to other people my age to do that. But again, it's not enough, and it's a group effort. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I just thank you for your work again, and I think there are other people in the queue, and I'll come back. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah, my comments aren't directly for them, so I'll pass and just stay in the queue.
Sure. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. It wasn't a question for the speakers. I just wanted to comment on this and thank Assembly members Zoloton and Constant and Chair Rivera and the mayor for bringing this forward. You know, we start our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance, and those last 4 words, and justice for all, should mean something. So, you know, this is definitely time for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, was your comment?
No.
No. Ms. Zoloton, was your comment?
Sorry. I actually had a question. Normally, when we do a recognition resolution, we read it. We didn't read this one, and I feel like we kind of jumped that step. It's a little bit different because it was put in the Bs. Sorry, that's the jargon for not in the recognition resolution section. So we have copies to bring to you, and I would like to read this.
Sure. Go ahead, Ms. Zoloton.
A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly responding to recent national events recognizing I Can't Breathe, a peaceful rally on May 30, 2020, calling for an end to systemic racial injustice and making a commitment to address inequity and injustice within the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas, as we are convened on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans, and we recognize that the indigenous people of the Americas and Alaska have experienced centuries of systemic inequities, injustice, and racism that still persist, and inequity, injustice, and racism also permeate the treatment of ethnic and linguistic minorities around the country, and Alaska is no exception. And whereas the killing of George Floyd on May 25, 2020, by a police officer in Minneapolis, Minnesota, came to national attention along with the demands for governments to address systemic racial injustice and inequity. And whereas George Floyd's death is one in a long history of deaths, including the following from the past decade: Ahmaud Arbery, Botham Jean, Breonna Taylor, Trayvon Martin, Eric Gardner, Alton Sterling, Sandra Bland, Freddie Gray, Sam Dubois, Philando Castile, Terrence Critcher, Jamar Clark, Jeremy McDowell, William Chapman II, Walter Scott, Eric Harris, Tamir Rice, Akay Gurley, Michael Brown, Vonderrit Myers Jr., John Crawford III, Ezell Ford, Dante Parker, Michelle Cusseau, Laquan McDonald, Tanisha Anderson, Ruman Brisson, Jermaine Reed, Matthew Ajibad, Frank Smart, Natasha McKenna, Tony Robinson, Anthony Hill, Maya Hall, Philip White, Alexia Christian, Brendan Glenn, Victor Manuel LaRosa, Jonathan Sanders, Freddie Blue, Joseph Mann, Salvador Ellswood, Albert Joseph Davis, Darius Stewart, Billy Ray Davis, Michael Sabi, Brian Keith Day, Christian Taylor, Troy Robinson, Assams Farrell Manley, Felix Kumi, Keith Harrison McLeod, Junior Prosper, Lamontes Jones, Patterson Brown, Dominic Hutchinson, Anthony Ashford, Alonzo Smith, Tyree Crawford, India Kager, Levante Biggs, Michael Lee Marshall, Jamar Clark, Richard Perkins, Nathaniel Harris Pickett, Benny Lee Tignor, Miguel Espinal, Michael Noel, Kevin Matthews, Betty Jones, Quentin Tontino, LeGrier, Keith Childress Jr., Janet Wilson, Randy Nelson, Antroni Scott, Wendell Celestine, David Joseph, Kaylin Roquemore, Desjuan Perkins, Christopher Davis, Marco Loud, Peter Gaines, Tori Robinson, Darius Robinson, Kevin Hicks, Mary Trexilo, DeMarcus Smear, Willie Tillman, Terrell Thomas, Seville Smith, Terrence Critcher, Paul O'Neill, Alteria Woods, Jordan Edwards, Aaron Bailey, Ronald Doster, Stephen Clark, Antoine Rose II, Pamela Turner, Dominique Clayton, Tatiana Jefferson, Christopher Whitfield, Christopher McCorvey, Eric Reason, Michael Lorenzo Dean, and so many others spanning back through Emmett Till to 3,446 African Americans lynched between 1882 to 1968. And whereas over the past week, rallies, protests, and riots have occurred in cities across the United States of America and globally, demanding justice for George Floyd and recognizing that Black Lives Matter. And whereas on Friday, May 29, 2020, responding to national events, Anchorage Police Chief Justin Dahl publicly repudiated the actions of members of the Minneapolis Police Department, recognized the complexity of the relationship between many police departments and their communities, noting the lack of trust as a current result of current and historic injustices that have occurred in these communities, reaffirming the commitment of the Anchorage Police Department and its professional law enforcement officers to work hard to earn the trust of our residents every day. And whereas on Saturday, May 30, 2020, almost 1,000 residents of Anchorage gathered peacefully, nearly all wearing masks and practicing social distancing due to the COVID-19 pandemic, to rally in support of the enduring battle for justice and equality, including chants of "Say my name," "I can't breathe," "Hands up, don't shoot," and "No justice, no peace." Even more people gathered virtually and via the radio to show solidarity with the African American community in Alaska, including a similar rally and protest in Town Square facilitated by Marcus Vinson, an Anchorage area high school student. And whereas Jasmine Smith and Brittany Edwards Watkins co-organized I Can't Breathe, a social distance rally supported by many volunteers and organizations, including Dana Dardis, Michael Patterson, the Alaska Center, National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, NAACP of Alaska, First Alaskans Institute, Out North Radio, and Legacy 907 Studios. And whereas several members of the community attended the rally, including Pastor Wilbur L. Mickens of New Hope Baptist Church, Kevin D. McGee of the NAACP of Alaska, Marvin Jones of Unite Here Local 878, Alaska State Senator David Wilson, a speaker with the Anchorage Interministerial Alliance, George Martinez, Ayu Kasatuk of First Alaskans Institute, E.J. Ramos David, Lynette Femme of Alaska Pacific Islander Women's Forum, and MC Mahogany Magnetic. And whereas racial injustice and inequity persist in the state of Alaska and the municipality of Anchorage across many communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Anchorage Assembly and the Mayor commit to the following. Join with communities around the United States to observe a National Day of Mourning on Thursday, June 4, to spend the day in reflection for racial reconciliation and an end to the violence that is ravaging the nation, and to examine with the public its policies to identify inequities and those policies that have been systematically applied in an inequitable manner, and to expressly consider equity and justice in its legislation and appropriations, and to document its efforts and engagement with the public, and to invite the Office of Equal Opportunity, the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, and the Ombudsman, among others, to continue to work with the Assembly and Mayor to identify inequities and injustices and assist them to convene with the public to craft responsive policy recommendations, including within the adopted 2019-2021 Assembly priorities and vision, and to take actions that build a more just and equitable Anchorage. and to engage in racial equity training and to promote respectful dialogue and continued peaceful engagement as a welcoming city, and explicitly ensure the values of equity and justice are enshrined in the creation of public policy. Passed and approved. We haven't voted actually, so I'm going to wait for that till we vote, but I am hoping to say passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this second day of June 2020.
So just want to say thank you again, and this is a beautiful start. I hope that you all vote to approve and take this and even go deeper, add more to this and have action with this. So please don't let this go away. This is time sensitive, it's urgent, it's worthy. Not only are there, issues with the African American community, but the Native community as well and others. So this is an important topic for our city.
Go ahead. Okay. While that is being done, thank you for the reminders, folks, about needing to vote on it. So we already have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to the motion to approve?
Question. I would really like to know who had the bright idea and the audacity to put me on to do the Pledge of Allegiance without even asking me. I'm so shocked and embarrassed, I can't do nothing but sit down. I'm a U.S. Coast Guard veteran, so I ain't got no problem, doing the Pledge of Allegiance, but no one asked me. Where did that come from? For your photo op? For your fucking photo op? Yo, you can take my name off that darn list or whatever, and you can shove that shit up your ass. I am for the people, and I'm not for this. You're not doing right by the people, because if you were, you'd be there talking to the community. The mayor would be on the TV, the radio, talking to our community about the issues here. That is the only way problems are going to get resolved. I'm not getting on no damn mayor badge. You can take that shit and shove it.
Mr. Chair, I would move to amend to strike the name.
Okay, yeah, so that is...
I second that.
Sure, so that is a motion that we can do since we haven't voted yet. So there was a motion and a second to do as the previous speaker asked. So we will go ahead and I'm going to assume no one here wants to speak to that motion. Okay, so is there any opposition to the motion? And seeing none then, Madam Clerk, that motion is approved unanimously. Okay, so moving on, now we need to actually vote on the motion. So is there any opposition to approval of the item? Okay, if there's no opposition to approval of the item, that item is approved. Then we're going to go ahead and go back to our speakers. So Mr. Perez-Vidia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I'll try to be brief. I find myself on this body not often speaking because there are so many people who bring such great ideas, and I don't want to necessarily repeat them. And so, but I find myself called to speak today because I think it's really important that we do speak up. And I guess there are just three things that I want to say. One is that I really want to speak to people who are at home listening to this that maybe don't think that this is about them or don't think that this is relates to them. But this is not new. This is not a new issue. It's reacting to a horrific event where a black man was murdered by a police officer, and we're all reacting to that. But the issues that we're talking about are not new. They've existed for a long time in this community and communities across our country. And I think it's important that we recognize that and recognize that we're not just talking about this event, but we're talking about a systemic problem of oppression and racism and violence that continues to exist in our community and all over. So it's not new. The second point I want to make is that it's about all of us. That I think oftentimes, and again, I think of people who are looking at this on the news and reading the Facebook feeds and thinking either they don't know how to engage in it, they don't know whether they can engage in it. But I would just say that to them that you have to speak up and you have to participate, because it's about all of us. It's about our entire community. And it's about the heart of who we are as humans. And so it really is about all of us. And then the last thing I want to say is that that in Alaska, I was born and raised in Alaska. I'm from up north, and we often think that we're different than the rest of the country. We think that things are different here. And I would just say that and I think one of the previous speakers mentioned this, that this is not just a national issue. This is a local issue that exists right here in Anchorage and exists in our communities all across this state. And we have to take ownership of it. We have to take the opportunity. And, I think about this, that we have these tipping points. We think they're tipping points. Like, if this happens, this is our moment. This is our moment to actually do something different. But then it feels like the moment passes and we go back to the way it was. And so I really want us to own it. I want us to own it as a community. I want us to realize that it's happening in our vehicles, in our homes, in our city every day, and not feel like that we're different. But it's happening here as well. So with that, I just really encourage us to take this resolution to heart, and I really would like us to look at our policies and look at training and look at trying to take this opportunity to make some change within our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is Jasmine still here? Hi, Jasmine. I'm nervous too, so I understand, and you did a really great job coming up here and speaking. So my name is Jamie Allard, and my maiden last name is Del Fierro. So my family came from Chile, and I am Hispanic. I'm the daughter of Jose Rene Del Fierro and Consuelo Elvira Tricachi. And what I want to say is we don't know where everybody's come from. We don't know everybody's background. But what I can say is that my family lost friends and family members when Pinochet took over in Chile and slaughtered over 100,000 Chileans. I want to add that I did vote for this resolution because I think it's very important. But I also want to make a clear point that I do believe that this is something that can further divide us in some of the ways that this resolution was written up. And I do support every single person of any discrimination should never happen. I have been discriminated against in many ways. But I do have faith in the APD, and I do have faith in our state troopers. And every safety officer out there, I do believe in them. But I also want to say that I don't believe this resolution necessarily should have came in front of us. I see a lot of political signaling or signal virtuing, and I don't appreciate that. And I don't think anybody should be taken advantage of because there might be some people who want to run for a further office. There is definitely a way to handle things, and I encourage everybody to do it and to come together as Americans or come together as just human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. So my motivation for doing this came from sitting next to an 8-year-old at the protest, at the rally. That 8-year-old was looking around at this world and is at that time in her life when she is coming to realize that the world is not made in fair and equitable ways, that for her it's going to be hard and difficult and different and strictly based on external look of her skin. And witnessing in her eyes this kind of moment is something I hope that we can do away with in the world. I come from a place of privilege. I am a white man, but I am also a gay man. And over the last 25 years, I have witnessed the world transform itself and the people of this country come to accept me and to move us toward a place where we will not have children who are forced to live in a closet and come into a world where they are feeling less than. And that helped me to understand at least a fraction of where this young girl is coming into this world. And so for me, the purpose of this, and I was one of the chief architects, it wasn't a political move. It was a move to celebrate the fact that we had this moment and it was peaceful and it was not filled with terror. It was filled with love. And that was worth commemorating. And there is a simple fact that we can all acknowledge, I believe, and that is we have work to do. And to my friends in the police department, in the line, and in the chiefs, you are responsive, you are earnest and honest, and you are there, and I'm grateful. And I look forward to these dialogues because we have a duty from our places of privilege to ensure equity, to ensure a fair deal in this town. And that's the job that I was hired to do by my constituency, and that's the job I'm going to do every single day. And I am grateful we did this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any further discussion. So that concludes that item. So we're going to go back to the 10As. And before we begin the 10As, I would like to ask for an informal vote from the body to add item 10A5 to the list. Mr. Weddleton notified the clerk that he forgot to pull this item. So is there any opposition to adding that item to our list? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Then we're going to go ahead and add that to our list of pulled items. So first, we have item 10A1, AR number 2020-177, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing June 20th, 2020 as World Refugee Day. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Who's reading? Who's presenting?
I will be reading. I'm not sure who is presenting.
I'm presenting.
Wonderful.
All right.
All right. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing June 20th, 2020 as World Refugee Day. Whereas in 2000, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution designating June 20th, 2020 as World Refugee Day. And whereas currently there are 25.9 million refugees across the globe who have been forcibly displaced as a result of persecution, violence, or human rights violations. And whereas we recognize that finding a sense of home in a new country is a long-term process and we warmly welcome these new residents. And whereas World Refugee Day is an appropriate time to honor refugees for their social, cultural, and economic contributions to our community. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage has opened its arms to refugees from such countries as Sudan, Bhutan, Somalia, South Sudan, Burma, Iraq, Democratic Republic of Congo, Russia, Ukraine, and whereas the municipality of Anchorage is proud to be a part of welcoming America, working collaboratively across sectors to create a city where we all can live, work, and play. And whereas on World Refugee Day, we also honor the humanitarian workers and volunteers, as well as residents who greet and assist these refugees as new Americans. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes June 20th, 2020 as World Refugee Day and expresses welcome to all refugees living in the municipality of Anchorage and encourages all residents to join in celebrating refugee contributions to the community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the second day of June, 2020.
Before you
Wait,
go,
it's
before you go, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Constant.
Are you planning anything out in Mountain View for World Refugee Day? Do you have an agenda or any events coming?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Assemblymember Constant. We are typically celebrate World Refugee Day with a big party in Mountain View at our Grow North farm, but in light of COVID-19 and ensuring the safety of all refugees and all of our community members, we are not going to host a big event this year. I do welcome everyone, though, to go to cssalaska.org. On there, you'll see that we have a page for a variety of events that we'll be hosting throughout World Refugee Day week, we're calling it. And there's a number of Zoom community conversations, and we welcome you to participate in those. The first one will be June 19th from noon to 1. Mayor Berkowitz, First Lady Mara Kimmel, and a few others will be joining us to have a conversation about what it means to be part of welcoming Anchorage. We'll be hosting one, the Archbishop Belisario will be hosting one about Catholic social teachings and refugee resettlement on the 23rd.
And on the 25th, I'll be hosting one along with Lisa Aquino, the executive director, about this is the 40th year of refugee resettlement in the United States. So we're celebrating 40 years of resettling refugees. We welcome you to attend those with us. And there's a number of other ways to get involved on our website. So a big thank you to the Assembly for passing this and to the municipality for being so supportive of refugees living here in Alaska.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have item 10A2, AR number 2020-181, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Janet Haynes for 30 years of public service and dedication to our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Who's reading, who's presenting? Or, excuse me. Any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, then the motion passes. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'm reading.
Great.
Okay, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Janet Haynes for 30 years of public service and dedication to our community. Whereas Janet Haynes was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska, and began her career at the municipality of Anchorage on May 3rd, 1990, as an accounting clerk 2 in the Treasury Division, before being promoted to accounting clerk 3 in August of 1991, where she served 10 years before ultimately earning the promotion to her current position as property tax billing supervisor in March 2001. And whereas Janet has been the key person at the city responsible for the annual property tax billing of 7 district tax rolls, where she has managed to consistently and accurately bill year after year in furtherance of providing the major funding source for city and school district services. And whereas Janet's municipal career has included many accomplishments, such as 1, launching the original property tax website 19 years ago, which in 2019 had over 2 million hits. 2, implementing electronic payments, which has grown 93% increase in utilization over the past 10 years. 3, automating mortgage company payments and rebidding the external bill printer contract, which resulted in tens of thousands of dollars of annual savings. 4, regularly embracing new technology to increase efficiency and accuracy, such as with payment imaging and the use of barcode scanners at the customer counter. 5, significantly contributing to the design and configuration of a new modern property tax billing system slated to replace the current 30-plus-year-old legacy system by late 2021. 6, revising numerous policies, procedures, and business processes to increase operational efficiency. And whereas Janet exemplifies exceptionally strong work ethic and a reputation as a high producer. 2, steady, reliable leadership. 3, fair and equitable treatment of taxpayers. 4, appreciation, respect, and loyalty from her staff. 5, extreme patience and perseverance. And 6, a grounded sense of self and family. And whereas Janet has realized her career goal of 30 years of distinguished service at the municipality and worked extraordinarily hard all the way to her last day of work, which is on May 29th, 2020. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Janet Haynes is recognized and honored for her contributions during her 30-year career with the municipality and for her service and dedication to the municipality and residents of Anchorage. Passed and approved the second day of June 2020.
And Janet is on the phone, just FYI, so we should probably, so she can hear us.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Alex Slivka. I'm accepting this on behalf of Janet, who, as you've heard, has provided the Muni and its constituents with exemplary service for over 30 years with a quiet and extraordinary dedication. And on her behalf, I thank you so much for this recognition.
Thank you. Janet, did you want to say any words? Yeah, if we could pass it around. Oh, yeah, sorry, bring it back, wrong one. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Janet. Today. Okay. Really? Yeah, so is someone reading and presenting it? Did John just pull it? I feel like someone was.
Yeah, she's on the front.
Okay, then yeah, let's do that. Yeah. All right, so now we have before us item 10A3, AR number 2020-182, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Anita Shell for her dedicated service to the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Apologies, Ms. Kennedy. Any opposition to adoption, acceptance, approval? Seeing none, then that item is approved. And who's reading, who's presenting?
I'll be reading.
I'll be presenting.
Great.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Anita Shell for her dedicated service to the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas, for more than 20 years, Anita Shell was a member of the Anchorage Police Department, in which one of her vital roles was the Anchorage Crime Stoppers Coordinator. And whereas Crime Stoppers is a globally recognized 501c3 nonprofit organization whose mission is to assist law enforcement by taking information from tipsters on unsolved felony crimes, keeping tipsters anonymous, and paying rewards to those whose information leads to an arrest. And whereas Anita provided the intelligence gathered from Crime Stoppers tips to Anchorage detectives, the Fugitive Task Force, and other state law enforcement agencies, resulting in hundreds of arrests and the recovery of tens of thousands of dollars of property. And whereas Anita was instrumental in bringing the Anchorage Crime Stoppers program into the 21st century by working with the program's vendor to develop and implement a new website and many other innovations and improvements. And whereas Anita is a lifelong Alaskan, born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. She graduated from East Anchorage High School with honors in 1985. Following high school, she attended the Alaska Business College, graduating in 1989 before taking a position with Anchorage Police Department in 1990. And whereas Anita retired from the Anchorage Police Department and the Crime Stoppers program in January 2020, having served over 30 years with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Crime Stoppers is at its core a partnership with law enforcement, and the Anchorage program could not have a better partner than Anita. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Anita Shell is recognized, honored, and thanked for her dedicated and distinctive public service to the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 2nd day of June, 2020.
This is an honor. Thank you so much. You know, in reflecting over my 30-year career at the Anchorage Police Department, without a doubt, the Anchorage Crime Stopper program was one of my largest accomplishments, a program that I'm very proud of. But I would be remiss not to reflect or recognize those people who helped along the way. The police administration that believed in me, the police officers and detectives who followed up on tips and believed in the program, the coworkers who stepped in when I was absent and carried the program through, the board of directors, who's a volunteer board, who volunteers many, many hours every month to make sure that the Crime Stoppers program operates smoothly. And lastly, to my family, who understood how important my work was to me and that I wanted to leave it a better place than how I found it, even if that meant time away from home. So thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm Tom Hildebrand from Crime Stoppers, and I would just like to thank Anita for her service with us, and without her, it wouldn't have been accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I have 4. I just needed 5. Yeah. Thank you. Awesome. All right. We now have before us item 10A4, a resolution AR number 2020-192, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and honoring the work of the Anchorage Health Department for exemplary contributions to public health and safety and its response to COVID-19. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any opposition? Okay, seeing none, then that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair.
And I'll be presenting.
AR number 2020-192, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and honoring the work of the Anchorage Health Department for exemplary contributions to public health and safety in its response to COVID-19. Whereas the Anchorage Health Department provides a wide array of critical community services to support the health and well-being of residents in all demographics across the municipality of Anchorage. And whereas the Anchorage Health Department provides programming to serve vulnerable people who would otherwise go without immunizations, reproductive health care, or testing for infectious diseases, and whereas the Anchorage Health Department provides assistance to those struggling with domestic violence and sexual assault, and whereas the Anchorage Health Department is a key partner in helping people secure critical survival needs through affordable housing programs and the administration of the Women, Infants, and Children Food Aid Program, and whereas the Anchorage Health Department has been an important partner in the development of evidence-based practices and supports in response to homelessness, and even before the COVID-19 pandemic, worked with the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to create national guidelines for infection control at homeless shelters, and whereas the Anchorage Health Department connects people and families with support to care for aging family members and people who are experiencing substance misuse issues, and whereas the Anchorage Health Department oversees food safety and child care licensing, ensuring Anchorage residents can feel safe and confident utilizing these services, and whereas the Anchorage Health Department oversees a number of programs that are typically provided elsewhere at the state level, such as domestic violence prevention, aging and disability resources, safety center and patrols, the care and control of animals, cemetery maintenance, and emergency preparedness. And whereas as the Assembly creates new programs or laws that benefit the municipality, the Anchorage Health Department continues to take on new related responsibilities, including playing a role in the Climate Action Plan and overseeing Tobacco 21. And whereas the Anchorage Health Department services are delivered in a culturally competent, safe, thorough, and comprehensive manner to assure they are maximally effective, and whereas despite being staffed with 58 fewer employees than the national average for a local health department of a similarly sized community, the team of 106 full-time personnel that make up the Anchorage Health Department and serves the public with profound professionalism, dedication, and compassion. And whereas the Anchorage Health Department has been critical in responding to the novel coronavirus efforts through disaster planning, emergency response, the coordination of supplies and administration of testing and contact tracing procedures, and whereas the Anchorage Health Department's work is foundational to the bedrock of public safety, enhancing and complementing the efforts of law enforcement officials and emergency responders to make Anchorage a safe place to live, work, and play. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly honors and recognizes the contributions of the Anchorage Health Department to ensuring public health and safety throughout our community, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 2nd day of June, 2020.
Thank you. I shared this with the staff today, and they would love to be here. Many of them are actually working right now doing contact tracing and doing their job, but I did want to just take my little moment here to say that the American Public Health Association sees racism as a public health crisis, and I think that if you think about the work that's going to have to be done to address the issues that you are thinking about tonight, that if you really start thinking about it in the framework of public health, and that there are structures and processes and ways for us to do and act to address those issues in our community, it's really important. We started a dialogue at our office today about it. We have a really diverse population that we serve, but also a diverse group of people that we work together with, and I think not acknowledging it and not talking about it is really important, and it's really important for those of us who are white to not make it about ourselves, but really to make it about the work. So I'm just going to use my little moment to remind all of you that we have another public health crisis going on, and I look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson? Hold on, Ms. Pineda.
Sorry, that was a little anticlimactic for everyone. I just wanted to say thanks for saying that, and thanks for always looking out for ways that the municipality can be better. And, when Suzanne and I were writing this, it was really hard, with the help of Judy, it was really hard because there are so many things that the public health, or the health department does, and we try to keep these to one page, and it was literally impossible, and we didn't even list everything. So I just... I guess it's not literally impossible. It was impossible for us to do it and do it well. Thank you for everything you do with reduced resources, and thank you. It's incredible.
I know it means a lot to the staff. It will mean a lot to them, so thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have AR number 2020-195, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and designating June 6th, 2020 as Secure Your Load Day. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Oh, second.
Moved and seconded. Weddleton, Zolotel. Any opposition to approval of this item? Okay, seeing none, this item is approved. Who is reading? And then I think our acceptance is on the phone.
Weddleton is reading. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and designating June 6, 2020 as Secure Your Load Day. Whereas a Secure Load Safety Day started in 2004 through the work of Robin Abel, a Washington resident whose daughter was severely injured by an unsecured load, and whose work resulted in federal lawmakers including load security recommendations to the states in the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act of December 2015. And whereas on December 4th, 2015, President Obama signed the FAST Act into law, which set funding authorization levels for the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration through fiscal year 2020, and mandates several rulemakings, reports to Congress, studies, and working groups. And whereas information from the AAA Foundation for Safety indicated statistics show that unsecured loads are a nationwide issue. From 2011 through 2014, results suggest that road debris was a factor in an estimated average of 50,658 police-reported crashes, which resulted in 9,805 injuries and 125 deaths annually in the United States. And whereas Alaska joined the movement by the filing of Alaska House Bill 259, an act relating to containing or confining loads being transported on highways, which was added to Alaska Senate Bill 199 and passed into law on November 7, 2018. And whereas securing your load is not only the safe thing to do, it is legally required under 13 AAC 02530 littering, depositing materials, and dragging objects prohibited under AS 46-06-080 littering prohibited, and under Anchorage Municipal Code Section 9-46060. And whereas the Anchorage Assembly stands in solidarity with those impacted by avoidable and unnecessary tragedies, harmed and even killed by debris or items falling from unsecured loads, and urges all persons transporting loads, including personal property, debris, trash, rubbish, or anything at all, to stop and secure their load. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrates, recognizes, and designates Saturday, June 6, 2020 as Secure Your Load Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this second day of June, 2020.
And I think we had someone lined up to speak. All right.
Hello?
Hi, Kelly. This is Felix with the Anchorage Assembly. We just read the recognition resolution on Secure Your Load Day. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, and I will make sure I'm under 3 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead. Welcome.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. This is Kelly Roy. And I just wanted to thank the Assembly for taking the time again this year to acknowledge this important public safety issue. Oh, okay. Awesome.
Did you have any other comments, ma'am?
Sorry, I was getting a little confused with the recording.
I got it. So, yeah, ma'am, if you are listening to the TV, I would just turn the TV off because the TV recording is delayed. But if you want to go ahead and finish up your comments, we are here and listening.
Okay, so this is especially important, even more so in light of the much bigger and scarier issues that Alaskans currently face. And a couple of weeks ago, an Alaskan reached out to me and gave me his story. He spoke of a commercial vehicle overloaded with large rocks without any covering. Some of those rocks struck his windshield hard enough to shatter glass on the inside and injure his wife, who was a passenger. Thankfully, no one else was seriously hurt or killed, but stories like these push me to continue advocating, to continue educating the public and fight for safer roads. And that stranger wanted to help me, and he wanted to reach out to his own legislators and ask for change. And that felt good to know that my words in that story was getting out there. And I'm just immensely grateful for every person in this room and around the state who, adds to this and helps me advocating get things out there. So thanks again.
Thank you. I have a comment from Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comment's really just in general. I do think this is an important thing for people to pay attention to, and so I'm glad that we do it. I know we did it last year, and I'm not sure how many years the Assembly's actually brought forward this particular resolution, but I will say that I'm actually going to do a little bit of investigation into this because I have discovered that in some cases we actually approve permits where some of our gravel trucks or trucks that are carrying gravel are waived from this requirement. And it's starting to be a little problematic in my area just because we've recently had a lot of gravel spills coming out of one of our gravel sites. And so anyway, it's kind of an interesting thing that we go to the extent to talk about what a public safety issue this is, yet it almost seems like there are some things within the municipality that we're allowing to get by with this requirement. So again, I think this is very important. It is a public safety issue. I'm glad we're bringing it forward, and it has kind of spurred me to do a little bit more investigation to make sure that we really do have trucks that are operating safely on our highways. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Currently, I am trying to get the Commercial Trucking Association on board with the new changes as they are currently exempt. And that would ultimately be my next project. And I am hoping they get on board because I feel like truckers are kind of the head guys when it comes to vehicle safety.
Thank you. All right. So the next item we have before us is item 10A6, AR 2020-196, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing June 13th, 2020 as Juneteenth Day in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to approval of this item? Okay, seeing none, this item is approved. Who's reading? Who's presenting?
I'll be reading. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the end of slavery in the United States, and whereas Juneteenth Day recognizes June 19, 1865, when Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas to announce the Civil War had ended and that all slaves were free in accordance with the executive order of President Abraham Lincoln. And whereas it took nearly 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation for the word to reach the last group of slaves that they were free men and women. And whereas this year will mark the 155th year of Juneteenth celebrations and the 25th anniversary of organized events celebrated in Anchorage. And whereas the red, white, and blue Juneteenth flag is a symbol that gives all Americans the opportunity to recognize American freedom and African American history. The flag represents the Star of Texas bursting with the promise of freedom over a new horizon, a promise that recent events have demonstrated our nation has not yet fully achieved. Whereas 2020 will feature an Anchorage citywide Juneteenth celebration with appropriate social distancing and safety measures on Saturday, June 13th, 2020 from 12 to 5 at the Northway Mall. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes June 13th, 2020 as Juneteenth Day and encourages the Anchorage community to participate in local events to celebrate African American freedom, heritage, and contributions to our community and state. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the second day of June, 2020.
Awesome, thank you. Hello again. I just want to tell you guys thank you for doing this. This is greatly appreciated. Apologize for the earlier outburst on behalf of the entourage, but thank you for doing this, and hopefully we'll see you guys with masks and gloves and hand sanitizer on the 13th. Thanks.
Jasmine, Mr. Chair, you didn't have anything to apologize for.
Okay.
And thank you for all of your work.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so the next item before us is item 10B1, the A version or S version, AR number 2020-190S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's proclamation of emergency and the mayor's orders and regulations issued thereunder. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Was there a second? Seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion?
Yeah. I'd like to move Weddleton LaFrance Amendment number 1.
Second.
Sorry, before we get to that amendment, I just briefly want to give Mr. Perez-Verdia, since he pulled this item, give him a second to comment.
No, that's fine. I can go ahead and please allow Mr. Weddleton to do his amendment.
Okay. So we have, it was moved by Weddleton, seconded by Constant, I believe. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to it?
Sure. This just fills one of the check boxes to extend the emergency proclamation to July 31st, 2020 at 11:59 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Zolotel, on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for the sponsors of the amendment. Why do we need to do this if we are taking up the request to extend the proclamation separately in item 10 Bravo 5?
I can address that.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
I don't believe we do. And I had kind of got this going probably simultaneously with the mayor presenting his to do it till July 31st. So there were parallel movements. And so I was not going to pull this, but since it was pulled, I had this amendment prepared. And here we are. So I think they're redundant. They're not harmful to each other. They're redundant.
May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
So I would urge to vote against this amendment. I think it keeps it cleaner if we simply just move on the proclamation itself, and it'll be much easier for the public to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Well, the item is before us, and so it would take an act of the sponsors or the movers to rescind, and I'd be happy for us not to take this up. And as at the last meeting I demonstrated, I would love to have made a motion to postpone indefinitely, but the chair has expressed his disdain for that kind of action. And won't stop me in the future should I feel the need. But out of respect for the chair, I did not do that this time. And I do believe, though, that the proper action is either to make this amendment or kill this and come back to the question with the mayor's proposal. I would wonder if the administration has a summary of the differences between this action and their proposal, which might help us make that decision.
Sure. Would anyone from the administration like to respond? Thank you.
Through the chair, my best understanding of this is that it would just extend the emergency proclamation to the same date that we have on ours.
Mr. Chair, if I might. Sure. So does that mean that there's no functional differences within the documents that you've presented that need to be brought into accord with what we're practicing, what we're intending here? We had another item that needed to be incorporated that was a report and some other items. So
I might defer to Ms. Vogel on if there's an actual legal requirement for our resolution that we submitted to also be approved.
Ms. Vogel?
Thank you. Through the chair, Kate Vogel, municipal attorney. There is no need for magic words on this one. I think either would do. There might be some clarity for the public with the other version because it gives the reasons. It also includes a request of the administration for a report to exist if we want a further extension, similar to the resolution last time. It has a supporting memorandum that provides detailed reasons and an update, including information as to where the public can see the numbers that the administration is seeing when it's making the decision. So the other version has a lot more information packaged, ready to go.
So if I might, Mr. Chair, I believe that rationale does argue for taking up the other item so that the public has the full record. So I am going to move to postpone this item indefinitely.
We'll come back to it. Can you do that after this? Yeah.
The underlying item, if we have to clear the amendment first, I would rescind my motion to the amendment. And
Okay. So the mover has to agree. Mr. Weddleton, do you agree?
So are we going to skip the amendment and just withdraw the whole thing?
Mr. Constant is proposing to rescind the motion on the amendment, so we no longer have the amendment, and then after he will make a motion to postpone indefinitely.
And should that motion fail, then what happens?
If the motion to postpone indefinitely fails, then we have the item before us.
Then we go back to the amendment. Sure, that's fine. I'll withdraw.
Okay, so we no longer have this amendment before us. Mr. Constant?
Right, and I just moved to postpone indefinitely so we can have the substantive matter before us that has the record for the public, and so that all of the documents that the administration has prepared can come with it and be fully informative to the public.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez-Verdia on the new motion before us.
No, I have no objection to the motion in front of us. I was going to speak about the original motion, which I suppose I could anyway. I simply pulled it because it was blank, and I'm still confused why we have something that's blank and we're approving it. And so that's why I pulled it, because I didn't understand why we were going to put a blank document on the consent agenda and approve it when it didn't have any information on it in terms of what was being passed. So I fully agree that we need to move past this and go to the recommendation from the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, did you have anything to add on this motion before us?
Yes, thank you. What I was planning to say might be mooted now, I think, from the recent withdrawal of the motion. I was going to say that on a technical reading of Robert's Rules of Order, you can only have a motion on a substantive, item or action once in a meeting. So I think that I would just advise against approving both this and the mayor's requested resolution. It's the same sort of actions, sort of. This has a checklist where you could have additional actions. So I wouldn't want to do both of them And additionally, I was going to suggest that another way to approach this, other than postponing this one, is to change the order of the day. It's a privileged motion, which you can make at any time, and take this one up after you address the mayor's resolution. But I think that we're past that point already.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, and the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yeah, I was actually in the queue to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up 9 Bravo 5. That was a little while ago, and we kind of got outside the queue for a little bit there, but I still think it's proper. We take up 9 Bravo 5, we pass it, we come back and postpone this indefinitely, because I do think the most important thing we do is that we acknowledge that we need to extend the emergency declaration. So if it's proper, and I defer to the clerk, I make a motion to postpone, or I'm sorry, change the order of the day to take up item 9 Bravo 5 now.
Second.
I don't have that number. What is 9 Bravo 5?
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry. It's 4 years of this. 10 Bravo 5.
Yes.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Is there any opposition to changing the order of the day? So for the sake of clarity, we would move on to this item, 10 Bravo 5, and then we would come back to 10 Bravo 1. Okay, there's no opposition. Then we'll go ahead and move on to 10 Bravo 5. AR number 2020-198, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly for a third extension of the declaration of civil emergency issued by the mayor of the municipality of Anchorage on March 12th, 2020. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll kick things off. I have some questions. Particularly, I have some questions if we approve this extension. I have some concerns around traveler restrictions and the travel plan that the governor has announced. Having a negative test 72 hours prior to travel doesn't take into account the time individuals are in transit, false negatives, and the like. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that as a way to kick off this discussion. Thank you.
Through the chair to Assemblymember Zolotel, we're happy to discuss. I will say that we are in a bit of a position of waiting and seeing ourselves. We have heard, like all other residents of the state and of the municipality, that the governor intends to adopt a different kind of travel mandate on Friday. The general contours have been announced that it would involve a test that you receive that you are tested within 72 hours of when you board, and you receive a negative result, then the travel quarantine would not apply to you. Otherwise, you would be tested upon arrival. There are still some open questions for us, many open questions for us about how the mechanics of that will all work. But to your specific question about the efficacy, would such an arrangement catch persons who may have had a exposure in the travel itself? It seems pretty clear that it would not. And so we have asked whether there is a place for a post-arrival test to fit into the regime somehow. We're waiting on those answers, but we don't have those answers to provide to you now.
May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair? Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate that the mechanics will really kind of get into the meat of it, but I've been working under the assumption from information from the health department as we put it out that we kind of have this lag period around COVID-19 and that you could be an active carrier and spreading and be unaware. And so I guess my concern is that if we are inviting people into our community or welcoming them home without the 14-day quarantine, we are really loosening our safety parameters around that. And so I would like to hear more, to the extent that we can, about either travel-based mitigation of that risk or specific other mitigation we could do around that risk. And then if a traveler did come and we were able to do subsequent testing when they were here, if they test on arrival, there's still a time of process, potentially, depending on the access to tests. So I need to talk this through with you guys a little bit more. So those are my concerns, in that we're kind of opening up a giant hole until our safety precautions if we just go with the governor's plan.
Do you want me to address some of those questions?
If you've got ideas and answers, that would be fantastic.
I mean, I think the one thing I agree from a health perspective that yes, asymptomatic spread is happening. It's happening now, right now, with our community currently. So we're already having that problem. We had, 15 new cases yesterday. We've had more cases in the last 72 hours than we've had in quite a long time. We're halfway to our local capacity for monitoring and contact tracing. So we agree that it's a concern. Without having all of the details of exactly how the state's plan is going to play out at the airport, one thing we have been working on with a group of healthcare providers and experts is a testing strategy, and part of that testing strategy included a recommendation around the travel quarantine or an alternative proposal of how that would work. So that has been evaluated and discussed and shared with the administration. So we're definitely all interested in making sure that we protect the community of Anchorage and share some of your concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. And I don't know who can answer this, but kind of continuing on that vein, the proposal is to test people at the airport, and if many of them aren't tested before they get on the airplane, I read that 2,000 to 3,000 passengers a day would be coming in. And do we have even anywhere close to that many tests available?
I don't think so. Yes, it can just be a motion.
Through the chair to Assemblymember Weddleton, that is in the suite of things that we are concerned about. So with our current testing load, if you were to look at the state or the municipalities' dashboards, you'll see that we did statewide about 10,000 tests over the last week. If we were going to be testing 2,000 to 3,000 individuals at the airport, we would pretty quickly need to double the throughput of the testing that we are doing on a statewide basis. From where we have sit, we know that Providence and ourselves have been somewhat beg, borrowing, and stealing just to find the raw materials, the swabs, the viral transport medium or the universal transport medium, and the vials to send those supplies, those test kits off to the laboratories to test. Now, we don't have perfect visibility into it. We have not been able to procure any of those things on the open market. The state has supplied us through some of its 3D printed materials, through some homebrewed transport medium that we set up with UAA, and then UAA has been continuing to supply the state, and the state has been able to receive shipments from FEMA and from a constellation of vendors, but that is pretty close to the top of our list on the mechanics of this. I suspect that everyone is on the same page, that we wouldn't want the new strain of airport testing to put an undue stress on the in Alaska testing that we are currently muddling our way through.
To give you guys some context for the Anchorage Health Department, we have to have a certain amount of supply on hand to deal with some of the physical location situations. So we've had multiple in the last, I think we've had 4 or 5 situations where we've needed to offer testing to many, many people associated with one location in order to eliminate or identify if they are in fact positive. And if we don't have those on hand and we don't have enough supply at the drive-through, then we're just going to have rapid spread in the community, because everything that's happening right this week is all from last week. So we anticipate that next week should be significantly more challenging for our public health capacity, because we're running through all of our supply on hand. So just something to know.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, did you have any further follow-up?
Not on that. I guess it looks like it, it'd be nice to have people able to come to Alaska, but it looks problematic. And I have a question. I don't want to necessarily take us off of this theme if others have more to discuss, but, a lot of people that kind of equate, of course, the proclamation of emergency with the closures. And the way I see it now is we're essentially open. What few restrictions there are fairly light. But I wonder if there's someone there who could list, what actions that we need to take require this proclamation of emergency that aren't hunker down and closure? You know, what kind of things are we doing now that we would have to stop were this to not pass?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Weddleton. I might be able to even pull up a list for you if you give me just a second. All right, with much anticipation. Right now, the emergency proclamation is, as you say, separate from the various orders. So in the main, before the orders even came into existence, the proclamation allowed us to push resources quickly to problems that we needed to solve and to redeploy individuals from their day jobs to their current positions. And so right now, the municipality still has ongoing costs related to, among other things, our sheltering program, our isolation and quarantine programs, our feeding program, our non-critical transport program, security programs, the Emergency Operations Center operations itself, our contact tracing efforts where we're paying the school district, and testing. All of those are making use of the fact that we are allowed to move money to those problems quickly and to take people out of their day job positions and put them on the problems that need to be solved. There are some potential financial ramifications in that the proclamation allows us to seek FEMA reimbursement if we are incurring costs well into the future. The typical rule is that we have to have a local proclamation in place, or you can go up to 6 months from the date of the federal disaster. But suffice to say, the situation remains very fluid. If it turns out that we have a bevy of new arrivals from out of state, and many of them say, I have no place to isolate or quarantine, then we will be much more forcefully back in the game of finding a place for these people to be. That's the kind of thing that the emergency proclamation allows us to do. That's not in any part of the municipality's adopted budget right now.
All right, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to supplement this item with the memo that we received from, or that was written to Mayor Berkowitz from Natasha Pineda on May 29th, 2020, that was inadvertently left out of the most recent item.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Any opposition to that motion to supplement? Okay. So, seeing none, then that motion is approved. So next we have Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I feel like we're going to yo-yo a little bit here, but Mr. Weddleton raised an interesting issue around testing capacity, and I'd like to know, do we know to what extent our daily commuters who work in the Valley and coming into Anchorage who's coming back into the office? And the reason I ask the question is that if they decide to get a COVID-19 test and they're in Anchorage, they may be getting tested here in Anchorage. And so we're going to have an influx of people if we don't already have an influx of people coming into Anchorage. And I think that while they may not be Anchorage residents, they're going to place potentially a strain on our resources. And so I'd like to get a sense if we know exactly or ballpark what's coming back, how many people are coming back right now?
Do you know the answer? Okay. We don't know the exact answer, but I think that people have been coming back to work. We know from the some recent testing and some recent locations where there are people that are not from Anchorage that are also included in those staffing structures that are also being tested. So it's already happening. I think, we're closely connected to Matsu, and other people commute in from all over to work in Anchorage. So that's always been present since the beginning. Obviously, with the opening up and people coming back into the office, it's more, and that should just be a part of what we're dealing with. Now, the city works closely with the state on terms of resources for testing kits, for contact tracing and investigation. So the staff are working back and forth with the public health nurses in all those different regions. If there's coordination, like if somebody passed through Anchorage, but they're positive and now they're out in their community. So it is pretty fluid. but it is happening, and I don't have an exact number.
So it does take Anchorage resources if someone from the Valley was in Anchorage or someone from the Kenai or something. I mean, it runs through our resources or not? I'm just trying to get a sense.
I mean, technically they're resources, but we're funded, like our public health nurse grant is largely funded by the state already. So the public health nursing team itself is, funded through the state, and a lot of the supplies we're getting are coming from the state for testing. So I see it as a partnership, but it is resources, but they're allocated to us.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. I'm not exactly sure who to ask this question of, but I think that I'm recognizing that we are moving towards a more open community, and we are kind of experimenting with ourselves to see how it works as we go forward, because there's no perfect system. We can't stay locked down forever. People need to eat and make a living, and we are confronting the realities of that. Can you share with us how you're balancing those interests as we do move towards a more open community, recognizing we continue to have these statistics that provide us with some very stark reality?
Well, through the chair to Assemblymember Constant, I'm sure there is no mathematical formula for how we are balancing the economic imperatives and the public health imperatives, but we are acutely aware of the backstop, which is that if the public health emergency gets out of control, if COVID gets away from us, that'll only further compound the economic problem. Even in places where you did not see shelter in place or hunker down kind of orders, unemployment spiked. The same thing sort of happened in places where those orders were in place because the public responds to the reality that people will stay home whether they are ordered to or not because it is potentially not safe for them to be out. So as we've been moving back into something closer to the new normal, the sustainable new normal, we are still mindful of the fact that we have to do that without entering back into a place of unregulated exponential growth. I don't know if there's more that the mayor would like to add.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to expand a little bit, I guess, on Mr. Weddleton's comment about what can't we do if we're not under the emergency declaration. I mean, we certainly have all these things that we can do, the Assembly can do by resolution. So I guess, and then we've also said that we still have about a 6-month timeline by which we can apply for any kind of FEMA reimbursement. There was a comment about being able to move staff into various other positions. So what actually prohibits us from doing those things without having that emergency order? Why can't we not just do it by regular processes?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Kennedy, I'll give you one real-world, real-time example, and the main benefit is speed. So right now, there is no part of the Anchorage municipal budget, any department, that has money to support a COVID drive-through testing operation. Providence, Alaska has announced that it is intending to close the drive-through. I think all of the public health authorities that we have talked to have recognized that drive-through is a critical part of our response operation because there's got to be a place, like for instance, for travelers to go who don't have an established relationship with any of the providers in town or persons who might not have insurance coverage. It looks like we might be called upon to step into that breach. If we did that, we would have to bring to you an appropriation which would require a public hearing and a specially noticed meeting. All that can happen, but it would very likely mean that there would be a significant procedural delay where now we will just drop the ball entirely for some period of time. The main purpose then of the proclamation is to allow 3 things: to let us move quickly to respond to problems as they're emerging, both with money and with persons, and then second, to maybe third, money, persons, and third is the ability to issue orders that may address the real world scenarios. So if we can't, if we have to issue some kind of specifically tailored order, that is required to have the public proclamation as well. And on the health director, Natasha Pineda, would also like to add something.
Ms. Kennedy, I'll give you one example related to staffing. So our collective bargaining agreement has very specific rules and requirements and how we notice staff about change of work. So for example, last week we thought, there was really low cases and we started moving back to kind of sort of normal scheduling, and then it quickly changed. And if we were not able to just quickly assign our staff to go back to the emergency functions that they were doing within the department, we would have had to follow multi-day noticing requirements, and we would not have had enough staff to fill in those positions without violating that contract. So it's just a real-world example.
And I realized that where I got stumbled on my numbers, the other one I meant to mention was that the proclamation also relaxes some of the zoning rules. So to the extent that we are continuing to house people in the Sullivan arena, if we were to get out from an emergency proclamation, that would, I believe, be immediately out of compliance with Title 21, and we'd have to figure out something else to do.
Any follow-up, Ms. Kennedy?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Hi, thank you. This is for the administration. So with the extension of the declaration, can the administration, probably to Ms. Vogel, can the administration add to this proclamation, or would it already be in there with the emergency, that U.S. citizens and Alaskans can technically be arrested if they don't abide by what's in this proclamation? Or could you add it because you have the proclamation approved by the Assembly?
Through the chair, Ms. Allard, I'm not entirely sure that I understand the question. Our code does provide that violating an emergency order is punishable in a couple different ways. There can be a civil fine. It can be a criminal offense and prosecuted as a Class B misdemeanor. I'm not 100% sure if that answers your question, though.
Okay, so are you saying that U.S. citizens and Alaskans can be prosecuted and arrested?
Again, through the chair, I'm not sure that I understand the full question. Violating an emergency order, but I don't know that you can violate the emergency proclamation. So there's nothing for a person to do to violate an emergency proclamation. So I guess the answer is no. I don't think you can charge someone with violating an emergency proclamation, a specific emergency order. Something saying, I think the classic example in our code is about riot prevention. So something saying this road is closed, that is something that can be prosecuted as a Class B misdemeanor. What the Assembly added earlier this year was the ability to use a civil fine structure, which allows for a lot more nuanced of a response for the municipality, and has authorized code enforcement to go and let a business know, for example, you are not supposed to be operating right now under hunker down. And so there were those informal communications letting businesses know, as opposed to having just the one tool of criminal prosecution. That said, again, the emergency proclamation itself isn't something that can subject an individual by itself to arrest.
So we can actually enforce the code and shut down businesses if they don't abide by this proclamation.
Through the chair, this proclamation does not shut down any businesses.
So are you just looking at this proclamation in regards to, because we might feel we can't move quick enough to move people around? I just want clarification from my community and others who have a lot of questions and that I received bunches of emails on.
Through the chair, Ms. Allard, I appreciate this opportunity. The proclamation puts us in a state of emergency. It allows a number of things that you've already heard about. Yes, moving employees, changing procurement rules when necessary to speed purchases, allowing different zoning regulations. It also enables the mayor to issue separate emergency orders. The Assembly's authority includes the power to end the proclamation as a whole at any time. That ends all individual emergency orders. The Assembly also has the power to end individual emergency orders at any time, and the Assembly has the power to end individual emergency regulations, which are a subset of those orders. This debate that the Assembly is having right now as to whether or not to extend the proclamation of emergency as a whole, therefore is relevant to whether emergency orders get to continue to exist and continue to be issued. But the emergency proclamation itself is not the same as any of those individual orders, and it being in effect doesn't mean that a particular order is in effect. The last time this was extended, there was a lot of confusion among the public. It was during the hunker down phase, and it was April 14th. And there was some confusion about whether extending the proclamation out to June 5th meant that hunker down was being extended that long. That wasn't the case then. It wasn't sort of what was being discussed. And it also obviously hasn't been the case in reality, as the hunker down order lifted more than 5 weeks ago.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other discussion. Members may proceed to vote. Yeah, we haven't had any amendments. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
This item is approved 9-2. So we're going to go ahead, finish up item 10B1, and then we're going to take our break. So I believe the motion on 10B1 is a motion to approve. Any further discussion?
Wasn't it a motion to postpone
Motion to
indefinitely
postpone
by
indefinitely.
Mr. Constant?
That's it.
That's a good question. Let me ask the clerk.
It was postponed indefinitely.
Ten B1. Oh, sure, it's this one. It was the
It
S
is.
version was supplemental, yeah. So that's a postpone indefinitely that's on the floor? Great. So the clerk advises me it is a motion to postpone indefinitely. That is on the floor. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing no further discussion on that motion, members may proceed to vote.
Yeah.
Yes.
That motion passes 11-0, so that item is postponed indefinitely. We're going to go ahead and take a 20-minute break. Get started. Okay, we now have before us item 10B2, AR number 2020-193, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recommending the mayor by emergency regulation under Safe Anchorage Phase 3 maintenance require face coverings, masks, for employees at all businesses that choose to operate as a public health and safety measure. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Constant?
Thank you. While I have worked really hard to ensure that there are enough masks in this community available, I have personally worked and raised nearly $10,000 to put fabric into the hands of the mask makers and made thousands of masks with them. I have a pro-choice value that if the mayor hasn't made this declaration, if the governor hasn't made this declaration, I can't support it. And I'm sorry that I can't, but I do believe that it is a person's right to choose what they put on their face, and I'm not going to be supportive again.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I have to say kudos to Mr. Constant. That's actually very impressive to raise that amount of money to purchase fabric. I didn't know that, so good job, Chris. I, too, won't support this. It's the same kind of rationale. This not only is it just another mandate that is just wearing at people. People are tired of being told what to do and when to do it and where to do it. And this is just another one of those things that, for purposes that we probably can't even think of right now, is just going to be too hard to even enforce. And one of the things that we do is we turn our businesses into police officers. It just becomes so hard to track and to watch. I think we're going to do a much better job of just reminding people that this is something that can help stop or reduce the spread. It can't necessarily stop it, but it can reduce it. And the interesting thing to me in all of this is how everybody with an opinion on one side or the other claims that they have the science that unequivocally says they work, or they have the science that unequivocally says they don't work. And even right now, the CDC and the World Health Organization have a little bit of a conflict with each other in terms of what they're really trying to say about masks or face coverings. I think there's actually a distinction that we should probably be more careful about the word that we actually choose to use. But anyway, I think this becomes problematic. So I appreciate the idea. I think educating people in regard to this is still important. Using the word strongly recommend or encourage are much better ways of trying to get people to comply with this rather than saying we are going to force you and mandate it. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for my colleagues for, again, considering this item. I know there are a couple of folks who hopefully will change their vote from last time. I hope this is actually a relatively uncontroversial resolution. The situation has changed since the last time we took this up. As the state moves to reopen, there are fewer barriers between folks. There are fewer times where we can intervene and prevent the spread of this virus. There is evidence, and we presented some here, and there is additional research being done, that a face covering helps protect other people. I mean, that's the crucial point about this, and I think where I maybe disagree with Mr. Constant when he says, we have the right to wear or not wear it. Well, we do things all the time that protect not just you, but other people. So, for example, the indoor smoking ban that we have in Anchorage, right? It's not necessarily about you, the smoker, whether or not we think you should be able to harm yourself, but rather all the other people that are in that building, all the other people that are in that room and potentially exposed to what you are releasing. This disease spreads asymptomatically, when people don't know that they are spreading it. We have had over 50 cases in the state, I believe, in the last several days. We are clearly in a dangerous place right now when it comes to the spread of this virus. Now, this resolution doesn't actually go as far as a number of people in our community would like. It does not mandate the wearing of masks by customers in a variety of establishments, which other states and communities have done. There are places right now around the country where people are being mandated to wear face coverings. And I appreciate Ms. Kennedy bringing that up, that the word is face coverings, not necessarily masks, because Mr. Constant's also right. We don't all have the material to make masks for every person or every employee. Although I think the argument could be made that businesses that can't afford to acquire masks or aren't able to acquire masks aren't able to provide a safe working space for their employees, and they should consider whether or not they should be open or be open in that fashion. But face coverings is very broad. It could be a bandana. When the pandemic first started, I cut a mask out of a shirt, or a face covering rather. It doesn't have to be an N95 or something like that. Even something very basic that covers your nose and your mouth can help reduce the spread of this deadly infection. So I would urge my colleagues to support this measure. And then we know there's a lot of details in the actual emergency order itself. I trust that the mayor will be able to work out those details as he and his team has with previous mandates for cloth face coverings and other things, where there's exceptions for people that are 2 years old or younger or have underlying health conditions that prevent them from wearing them, or a variety of other things that will be contemplated in the emergency order. But I urge my colleagues to take a stand to support the mayor in his upcoming efforts to prevent a second wave of COVID-19. And I think passing this resolution sends a strong message that the Assembly is standing with the mayor in trying to promote public health. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think we need to revisit where we're at in phase 3. I think there's a lot of misconception about phase 3. So phase 2, when we started to gradually reopen, required face coverings in a whole swath, almost every non-essential business for the employees and often for the customers. When we moved into phase 3, that mandatory language changed to permissive language. It changed to should. And if you look in on line 19, you'll see where we reference the specific attachments, A, C, D, E, and F. The ones that are not referenced, where face coverings are still mandatory, are personal care services and day camps. That is it. That is a very limited number where face coverings are still mandated. So I think we are in a different posture. We are in an open economy where we have people coming in contact with one another. And I think if we want to have Anchorage and Alaska open to business and movement as much as possible, it needs to be maximized with the use of face coverings to keep employees who are called back to work and who are working safe. The idea of using a face covering shouldn't be a political statement. It should be a statement of caring and safety for one another in this community. Mr. Dunbar is right. My wearing a face covering is out of an act to keep you safe. And I think that employers asking employees to work in their places of employment should be saying, I want to keep you safe, and I want to keep you safe and have us collectively keep each other safe as coworkers and colleagues. I think that is a really important thing to underscore. I will also underscore, as we heard earlier in the conversation about the underlying declaration, and I'll admit, these things, they take some tweaking. I'm constantly having to fiddle with mine so my glasses don't fog up. It's not always comfortable, but it doesn't negate the efficacy of wearing them. But Ms. Pineda highlighted, we have testing supply issues. We have, possibly real challenges coming forward as the state chooses to move forward in different directions. And we need to take the precautions that are important, because another hunker down or a tightening of additional restrictions, we have heard from the economist, will hurt our economy more. So this is something we can do. and let the administration then apply its expertise to work out the fine details. But I really think this is important, and it is in a very different posture than we previously came before with this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton, you're muted.
I was totally muted. Sorry about that. I thought we had a work session scheduled for this on June 12th. And this would be premature if that's the case.
I will ask Mr. Dunbar to address that.
Yes, so, part of it is just timing. We brought this forward a little late. We recognize that. Our next meeting is not until June 23rd, so I would urge people to vote on this now. I think it's something that we've discussed at length. If we were to pass this tonight, then the mayor would have to take time to actually craft the emergency order.
Point of order.
So
the mayor would have to consider the option. We cannot direct the mayor to act.
Okay. So if this were to pass tonight, the mayor might issue an emergency order, and that could take time before the work session. So the idea was to have a discussion. I want to have a discussion regardless. If it passes tonight, I think we should have the discussion. If it fails tonight, I think we should have the discussion. And people should be on the record and in public saying they support this or don't support this. But I think the work session is not a prerequisite to passing this tonight, given the timing of assembly meetings.
Okay. Can I continue?
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, thanks. So, my business continue to require face masks of both my employees and my customers, and it hasn't really been a problem. And my employees are kind of the ones that really insist on it, particularly the ones that have asthma and so on. They want to protect themselves. So they're there, 8 hours a day, wearing the mask, and it doesn't seem like it's a horrible challenge. So it seems to be working. They're comfortable, and it works. And I found it spectacularly unfair when it was required of non-essential businesses, but essential businesses that were mobbed with people did not require them. But at the same time, I'm not quite ready to go there with this right now. One, it's fairly broad, and I know Mr. Dunbar had said that, details could be worked out. But there are a lot of business settings where I don't think masks should be worn. I'm sitting in an office by myself, and I'm not wearing my mask, and that's a huge amount of work. Even within retail, there are certain tasks and places where people are doing things where they can not have to wear the mask. They're not facing the customers, and customers aren't facing them. I'm not quite ready to go there with this now. But at any rate, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I'd just like the administration to speak on this and give us their position as to this recommendation.
Excuse me, through the chair. I'm sorry about that. My head was in a different subject. Chris Schutte, Director of Economic Community Development. Can you rephrase the question? Are you asking?
Yeah, I just want to get the administration's position on this recommendation.
So I won't get too far out ahead of my boss, who's sitting on the other side of the room there. But I can say that what we have seen throughout the community has been very interesting to watch. And Assemblymember Weddleton, as a business owner himself, has been able to share a unique perspective with this body. Face coverings in public, I've been very surprised at how long they have persisted even after the government motivation has gone away, or mandate has gone away. I do think that it's an important issue to think about. Several of you have expressed this as not necessarily a method of protecting myself from receiving infection, but from giving infection, and that it's a neighborly thing to do. And members of the business community have adopted that position as well. Through the Economic Resiliency Task Force, there was work to promote that amongst its membership and its member businesses, to where this could become a public education message, if you will. that talks about the benefit, the public health responsibility that we all carry with us, and the benefit of wearing face coverings in public. And that was an approach that was, I think, one that the business community largely, not entirely, but largely supported, and that a lot of the individuals who are out in public shopping, et cetera, also seem to be doing.
So I'm asking the question in part because in a previous meeting we didn't ask the administration's opinion and moved forward. So but I guess my question primarily is the administration interested in requiring businesses to have their employees wear masks?
I'm going to have to defer to my boss on that one because ultimately I cannot make that determination on my own. I will say this, though, that every business owner has done a different calculus to come to their own conclusion on whether or not they want to require their employees or their customers to wear masks. All of them are thinking about this in a different way than I think we are, and I think that has worked fairly well thus far.
Thank you. I would just add a few comments. I run a business as well. I have about 20 employees, and we're having the same kind of conversation as to whether to require our employees to wear masks, as to whether to require people who come into our offices to wear masks, and it's a tough conversation to have. I feel similar to some of the other members that I'm not ready to do this today. I'd like a little more discussion about it. We've had the conversation about you can sit at your desk if you're in an office by yourself. You can take off your mask. You can eat your lunch and those kinds of things. So I'm concerned that we haven't had enough conversation about this. I think it'd be helpful to have a work session on it and to sort of work through a little bit more. One last question to the administration. Maybe this is to legal. What's the enforcement? So if the mayor were to require businesses to require their employees to wear masks, what kind of enforcement is possible or would be prudent in that sort of situation?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia. So because the resolution is asking about a requirement for businesses specifically, there are more enforcement tools, namely code enforcement could issue citations to the business owners. So this is in some ways a more enforceable mask requirement than ones that require everyone in public to be wearing a mask. For example, we've found all along that our public health mandates really require voluntary compliance to be broadly effective. There simply isn't enough enforcement in the world, in the kind of world that we live in, to mandate those things. However, sometimes saying that something is mandatory provides guidance to people that it's not just a suggestion, but rather something they should do. So sometimes saying mandate instead of strongly encourage makes more people voluntarily comply, if that makes sense. So there is a tool in terms of wisdom. Obviously, the choice of the administration in the current order is not to make it a mandatory requirement in the vast majority of places, and that sidesteps the enforcement need altogether. So that means that there aren't a bunch of people calling us or reporting to APD about mask violations. That's not part of the flood of information that we're getting.
Thank you. I would just close my comments by saying that I'm not going to support this. I support people wearing masks, and I think using words like "we highly recommend" is a way to really encourage businesses to ensure that their employees are using masks. I think making it mandatory is at this point problematic, and I'm having a difficult time sort of getting my head around how we would actually make that happen. So at this point, I'm not going to support this, but I look forward to more discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was also going to ask what the administration's perspective is, so I appreciate Mr. Perez for doing that. So if we were to pass this, is the position of the mayor that he wouldn't implement this anyway? I mean, it seems a little bit futile here. We're having this debate about something that we would suggest someone do, and someone's saying to us that they probably wouldn't do that. So I think it, for me, this really brings up some conflict. I mean, I have no problem with wearing masks, and we wear masks all the time, and in my family, and I believe in their efficacy. That said, it's just really not our role, and I've been sort of grappling with this afternoon as I was thinking about it. It's not really our role to dictate how the emergency orders are drafted, and I feel like this is just dipping into the mayor's role, and we're not the mayor. At the same time, you know, we write resolutions to the federal government to suggest that we get funding, and we do make suggestions. So I'm sort of struggling with whether it's appropriate here, and but I think it might just be a waste of time whether it's appropriate or not. So I'd like the mayor to speak to that.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Of course I pay close attention to what you tell me. I want to disabuse you all of that notion off the jump here. I will tell you this, at the municipality we have a workforce of about 2,500 people, and we are in the process of developing mask protocols for our workspaces. We are being very attentive to what's going on with businesses across the municipality and across the country. I think it would be extremely helpful if the Assembly were to have a work session to discuss this and to see what the business practices are that are most effective in terms of encouraging mask use, whether mandatory, whether it is something that businesses should self-select for. I think it would also help clarify some of the confusion that may exist around the scientific evidence supportive or in opposition to mask wearing. The evidence that I've seen says almost universally that wearing masks has a benefit for in terms of inhibiting the spread. But I think the educational impact of a work session would be significant, and I would encourage you to head down that path.
Okay, may I follow up?
Yes.
So you're not sure yet what you would do, and you're eager to see what we think after we're more informed,
I'm
perhaps?
always eager to see what you think.
But you don't have a response right now?
No, I don't have an
Okay,
immediate
fair enough.
response right now. But I will say that for the municipal workforce, there are parts of the municipal workforce that want to have mask requirements. And because they want to have mask requirements, we're going to have mask requirements in those areas. As far as making it universal, it depends on, obviously, there's different work circumstances. If Mr. Weddleton's working alone in his office, I don't want him to have to wear a mask. Others might disagree. But I think you need to be a little bit sensible about how these requirements, if they are requirements, are imposed. But the most beneficial thing we can do is try and persuade the public that wearing a mask has a benefit for all of us. And we have avoided having mandates for the most part at the municipal level because the public has risen to the occasion and done the right thing. And there are, this is a long road that we are on right now. It is not easy, and it is not going to get easier anytime soon. And try and suggest that there are simple answers to this is incredibly difficult. The part of the complication with the mask debate is it has been saturated with politics, and I find that to be a little bit troubling that people layer politics on top of a pandemic. I think the argument that you can't ask people to wear a mask makes no sense to me. We ask people to wear clothes, and there's been no outcry against that I've seen, except in some particular quarters. And so we just have to try and encourage people to do the right thing, because as Ms. Vogel pointed out, we wouldn't have the ability to enforce all of this. I've heard instances already of people who went to a chiropractor, for example, and the chiropractor had violated the mask rule, had violated the travel quarantine, and we don't have the ability to enforce against that, but the trade organizations do. And I think that if we want to have an effective societal response against the pandemic, the public has to be willing to confront it in a whole. And that's sort of circling back to, that's why I think it would be extremely beneficial if you all were to have a work session to discuss both the science and the business of mask wearing.
Okay, thank you. And just one other question, which is for the sponsors. So if the primary reason to wear masks is to protect others, but as an employee, which I believe to be true, as an employee, if you're, a public-facing employee, you have all these other people coming into your business who are not wearing masks. And so I guess I'm just a little confused at why would you pick employers and have employees wearing them? Why wouldn't you just ask the mayor to say that everyone in Anchorage has to wear a mask?
Through the chair to Ms. Quinn Davidson, I tried. We all said no. So that's one reason why. The second reason why is, and it's been highlighted actually by some of the other comments, is that this idea of choice. And when you work someplace, you don't always have choice or control. I think a lot of us are really lucky in the places that we do work, if we have day jobs, where we have a lot of autonomy and control. But if I am a frontline worker, and by those I mean grocery store clerks, delivery people, and my employer may not give me a choice. If I wear a uniform, I may not have a choice. I also may not have the means, and if I place this burden on if we place this responsibility on the employer, then we are giving that employee, not having to make the choice and possibly deal with repercussions. We are protecting safety. So I think that's one of the things. I mean, kudos to Mr. Weddleton for being a fantastic employer and having that policy. But we have heard over and over about employees not being allowed or not being able to wear masks or feeling like they would have repercussions. So I think that's really the difference there and why we're not asking the public to do this.
Can I quickly follow up on that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So I want to agree with everything Ms. Zolotel said, and again underline that a lot of it's about enforceability, and we're realists here. It's very difficult to enforce this mandate on every human being in Anchorage. You're coming in and out of Home Depot, for example, and there's a Home Depot not too far from where I live, and I used to go there to try to purchase things, but there hasn't been an employee wearing a mask this whole summer. And not a single one. And so I suspect it's not just employees that are choosing not to do it, but also there might be a store policy that they're not even allowed to for their own. And then beyond that, I think there's also the symbolic value. That is, if you go into a store and see other people are wearing masks, I think it helps. Maybe not. It might not be totally dispositive, but I think every time you see somebody out in public wearing a mask, you think, oh, I forgot my mask, or, I should get a mask, or something along those lines. So, again, what Ms. Zolotel said, and then also enforceability and the symbolic effect of having more masks provided by employers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know some people have expressed they want to stand with the mayor, and as much as I would like to, I need to stand with my community. And the other thing is that every single person in here, and I'm just going to say it, has violated the mask rule. I have watched every assembly member, everybody visiting the assembly, upstairs, downstairs, all around. We touch our faces, we move our masks, we take them on and off. So technically, we can just all get cooties from each other at this moment. My other thing is it's very political. When you tell somebody you're not going to have the right, whether you want to or not, wear a mask, that's in violation of freedoms. And the bottom line is it's not the government's job to tell us what we can and cannot put on our faces. I almost feel like this is a step. Why aren't we asking people to wear gloves? Are we going to start having people wear hairnets to cover their hairs? I mean, it's going too far. Let people have the freedom to choose whether they want to put a mask on or not. And those who don't feel safe, they need to stay home and protect themselves. But I will say I do agree with if there is a violation in a business where they're not allowing their employee to wear a mask, I'm on the Human Rights Commission. Come file a complaint. If it's justifiable and they investigate and somebody is doing wrong, we'll make sure that that's corrected. There are procedures and processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel a little self-conscious now after what Ms. Allard said, taking my mask off, but it's a little muffled when I speak. So there's a lot that's already been said. And, last time I voted in support of this resolution, and this time I was planning to vote against it because masks and face coverings have become such a lightning rod that I was concerned about enforcement and other issues. However, the evidence does show that face coverings do protect other people, and I like what Ms. Zolotil said about it being a statement of caring and safety, and what Vice Chair Quinn Davidson said about grappling. That's what I feel like I've been doing with this discussion as well, because there are aspects of it. I'm bothered that the rules concerning essential, non-essential businesses are not the same, as well as the fact that, we received a number of emails from folks who said, hey, we know what to do, and many of those people were like, and it doesn't involve wearing a face covering, which leads me to believe, or makes me ask myself, have we exhausted all the options for persuading the public to buy in? I'm not sure. So I don't think this is going to pass tonight. I'm not sure yet to the sponsors where I stand on it in terms of the vote. But I would appreciate some time to discuss more in a work session. I understand you wanted to perhaps get the vote on the record, but I would move to postpone this to the next meeting of June 23rd in order to have further discussion.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. I'm going to go ahead and go through the queue for this new motion. So, Mr. Dunbar, on the motion to postpone.
Yes, and I have both comments and a question on this. Applies to the motion to postpone. I would oppose that motion partly because we have an unusually large gap between this meeting and the next. So unless the chair is willing to call a special meeting, I think this pushes out 21 days. And in those 21 days, I'm thinking what happened 21 days ago. 21 days ago, how different the world looked. And things are moving very rapidly. Again, we had more than 50 cases in the last 3 days. It looks like the second wave is here. Maybe it's not. Hopefully it's not. But the governor is flirting with the idea of removing the 14-day quarantine. We are about to be open in a way that we haven't been since March, and extremely at risk as a community. I would like to ask Ms. Pineda, who I believe is on the phone. Ms. Pineda, are you there?
I'm here.
Ms. Pineda, in general, do you support or does the CDC recommend that employees wear face coverings?
I don't have a CDC recommendation right in front of me, but I know they haven't required it or mandated it, but they strongly recommend it, as we strongly recommend it as well in all of our communications.
Thank you, Ms. Pineda. In your opinion, as the director of the health department, do you think widespread wearing of face coverings reduces the spread or has been shown to reduce the spread of the novel coronavirus?
Yeah, we do know that from all the information from the CDC and even from what the state medical officer and public health team puts out, that wearing cloth face coverings or other types of masks does decrease the spread of the virus.
Ms. Pineda, and this is my last question, Mr.
I feel like I'm on trial. Am I on trial?
No, you're providing valuable testimony.
Okay.
We're the ones on trial. So we're now in phase 3. We've seen a rather large spike in cases in the last 3 to 4 days. What do you think, how do I phrase this? To what degree are we at risk of having a second wave of COVID-19 in Anchorage?
Oh, I think we're in the start of the second wave right now.
Yeah, the defense rests. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, did you want to speak to the motion to postpone? No, this way. No? Okay. I'm going to just clear the queue so it's easier for me to keep everything organized. Mr. Mayor, did you want to speak to the motion to postpone? Okay. Mr. Constant, did you want to speak to it?
I do want to speak to the main motion, but I can wait.
Okay. Ms. Vogel, did you want to speak to the motion to postpone? And Ms. Zolotel.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have this kind of unusual gap between meetings in June, and it is a long gap. And I think it is significant that we don't know what the state is going to do, and we have seen the spike in cases, and if we're in the second wave. I feel like we're kind of creating a perfect storm, and this is one of those things we can do to batten down the hatches to mitigate the impacts. So I don't think we should put this decision or this recommendation off. So, and I guess I would also say if we do put this recommendation off, I would still highly encourage the mayor to take a really strong look at this moving forward and quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to vote on the motion to postpone. Members may proceed to vote.
No.
Yes.
That motion fails 8-2. We now have the main motion before us. Any further discussion? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I was still owning and operating the business that I actually opened 34 years ago today, I would be requiring all my employees to wear masks. And I would have found a talented seamstress, and I would have had her make the masks with my logo on it, and I would be giving those masks out to customers as a way to promote my business during this pandemic that we happen to be going through. So I think there might be businesses out there that are missing an opportunity. Sometimes when we have challenges, you can use that as an opportunity to move forward, and I think some people are actually missing that opportunity. But I think, I believe it's a common courtesy situation. If I wear my mask because I don't want to give it to you, I should expect you to reciprocate so you wear your mask so that you don't give it to me. I think that's one way that everyone can do one small thing to try to limit the spread of this. Unfortunately, I don't know if we can stop it at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to clarify for the record the vote on that last motion. Mr. Weddleton, did you vote yes on the motion to postpone? And you're probably on mute.
I did.
Okay.
And I will.
Got it. So then just to restate the vote count, that was 8-3 that motion failed to postpone. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify something because I think some of the statements have muddled this conversation a bit. This is not a conversation about the value of wearing masks. It's not a conversation about the importance of it or whether we should encourage people to wear masks or whether they help to spread the disease. This is a conversation about whether we should recommend that the mayor require people to wear masks. That's what this conversation is about. So I think it's pretty universal here that we believe that wearing masks is important and that if a business believes that they should be wearing masks, then we would encourage them to do that. But this conversation is about whether we are recommending as a body that the mayor require it, and that's a very different conversation to have. So just want to clarify that's why I'm voting against this, because I don't think we're in a position or should be recommending that the mayor require it at this point. I think we need more information. I think we need to have more discussion. And even then, I think it'd be a little bit of a jump for us to recommend that it be a requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'm going to go a little philosophical here. And I've been thinking about this quite a bit lately because we've had this debate before and it seems like we keep coming back to it. And so every time I put one of these on and go out in public, I recall the story Handmaid's Tale and how in Alaska, in Anchorage, the capital of the new government, you have these hardcore extreme people on the other side of the line that I would be on who have forced women to succumb to their will, put on masks, put on hoods, and only be in a certain way. And the irony that's just been plaguing my imaginings the last week or two on this topic has been, isn't it just kind of funny that my friends on the other side of the aisle in some ways are leading the charge towards this question of, is it the right of government to tell you you must wear a mask? And it hits me at a really deep and fearful place in my creative imaginings. I'm an artist and I spend time thinking. And that to me is what moves me. And it doesn't matter which side you are on in terms of that story. But this idea of us forcing people to wear masks is just anathema to where I am. Unless you are in a medical center or place, unless it's an absolutely critical thing, I opt to wear this mask even though I feel trapped inside of it. And I do it for the same reasons as everyone else. And as I said before, I've worked really hard to make sure there are masks to go around for everybody as much as possible. And I still believe that this should be a choice of the person. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to Ms. Zolotil, then I think we're ready to vote. Ms. Zolotil?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're losing sight of the fact that in Phase 2, it was required. It was widely required that as an employer of a non-essential business, your employees had to wear a face covering, and the customers, in most instances, had to wear a face covering. What we have done is we have opened up the activity and reduced the safety precautions. This takes us back to opened up, but more safety. So I guess I want to underscore that. It's not, and we didn't make the rules in Phase 2. I know that. The mayor did, and that's great, and that's his role, and that's why we're making this recommendation to him, knowing that he can use the same nuance like he did in Phase 2 to implement this recommendation in Phase 3. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote.
No.
No.
That item fails 6-5. We now have before us item 10B3, AR number 2020-194, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly declaring Anchorage is essential and in support of fair, direct federal emergency support to reopen and rebuild all local American economies. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Perez-Villa, you pulled this one?
Yes, thank you. I just needed some clarification of why we need to do this. Sort of what the reason behind it is. I read all the information, and I'm still a little confused as to the reasoning behind this designation. So if I could just get that clarification, please.
Thanks. Sure, we can make sure there's some feedback there. Background, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So Ms. Quinn Davidson and I are members of the National League of Cities, and the National League of Cities is a very broad-based organization, the oldest organization that advocates on behalf of municipal governments in America. We've been a member for some 68 years or 70 years almost, most of Anchorage's history. And they have been instrumental in crafting campaigns to secure policy changes in D.C., and their latest effort is to create a plank of funding similar to the CARES Act municipal governments were explicitly restricted from receiving funds. And so all funds that we receive either come directly from the federal government through some side programs or through the state of Alaska. And so we're subject to their requirements. The resolution as drafted supports a national campaign to move a fourth bill through the Congress to provide local governments with the resources that they need to address the COVID crisis. And so we would be joining cities and communities across the United States in this effort to move our congressional delegations to do the right thing for our city.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a follow-up? So the designation is as an essential city? Is that the...
The argument is that cities are essential, and they've been cut out of the loop. And so the message is cities are essential.
I gotcha.
We are an essential city in America. There was some conversation about attempting to get them to go back to the original CARES Act and dedicate funding to the largest municipality in a state, right? Because the minimum threshold under the CARES Act was 500,000 residents, and so we just missed the cutoff by 100,000 or something, 200,000, and so we have been harmed by this hole, and so this is an attempt to fill that hole.
Thank you. I'm just really trying to get a clarification on the designation that there would be cities that would be deemed essential and cities that would not be deemed essential. And we're trying to find sort of a way to designate us as being an essential city.
I guess, I don't know.
So I'll go ahead and let Ms. Quinn Davidson as the other
Just
main
quickly,
sponsor.
I think NLC's campaign to get additional funding is called the Essential Cities Campaign. So it's just a statement that in general, cities are essential across the country to blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And I should add that Mr. Bockenstead did quite a bit of work on this and that the administration, I think, is supportive as well. They're listed as a sponsor, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. As one of our representatives to the National Association of Counties, they are also supporting this work. So just wanted to pass that on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Yeah.
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. The next item before us is 10B6, AR number 2020-199, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with the state of Alaska to accept CARES Act funds and appropriate when tendered. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Zolotel. You pulled this, Ms. Zolotel?
Yes, thank you. I had a question for the administration as we received this funding. Well, are we going to be setting up a separate fund like we typically do when we bring in money and a tracking system, et cetera? Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Zolotel, the answer to your question is yes. What we're going to do is we're going to put this money in a fund that's called COVID CARES Fund, and so any expenses that would be applied to and eligible expenses, we would then use these funds to support that, and it gives us the ability to track it by project, by department, by purpose, and that is our plan.
May I ask a quick follow-up? Thank you. I believe previously we had to authorize some creation of funds, and are we doing that in this as well, or is there going to be additional action required?
Through the chair, what you're doing tonight is we're asking you to appropriate all $156 million all into this fund, and as the expenses come out, whether we're going to be using, if we have contracts, we'll be going through the same procurement process. You'll have to approve those for that process for the use of those funds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So we have a commitment from the administration that is true, that the funds will not be expended without coming through the body. And we had that conversation a few months ago, and I'm going to be very vigilant on that, because with the extended emergency order, should those funds arrive in advance of the end of this order, then there's certainly some question about what you could spend money on and how you could spend it, because the procurement rules are suspended. And I believe there might be some areas where there are arguments that could be made, but otherwise I think we want to make sure we're really careful with this.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Yeah.
Yes.
That item is passed 11-0. Next, we have item 10C1, AM 300-2020, recommendation of award to Prues Construction Company, LLC, for Pleasant Valley Subdivision Project for the Municipality of Anchorage Project Management and Engineering Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I pulled this one because it has such a large contingency fund, basically, well, that's kind of Anchorage School District speak, but it has a 20% change order allowance that is basically an automatic increase to the contract. And I've just very rarely, I mean, I can't even think of when I've actually seen a contract that had a 20% built-in overage in the contract. And so, you know, there's obviously explanation for how contract and procurement does this, leaving this kind of a large, like the what if, you know, the unforeseen issues that might come up during the project. But I guess I'm just trying to bring out the point that we shouldn't really be doing contracts that have basically $500,000 worth of a built-in overage when the assembly will never see this. Once we approve tonight, this contract, this bid award, we'll never see what happens with the change orders or the overages or contingencies on this project up to $500,000. So that's just kind of troubling to me. And I obviously need to find out a little bit more about how we rein in some of these kinds of large contracts that have this kind of built-in overage to this extent. I won't necessarily oppose it tonight. I don't know, maybe I will. But like I said, this is quite concerning when there are industry standards that have this number. From what I've seen, anywhere from about 4.9 to maybe 8%. So this is definitely a huge increase to a contract that, again, we will never see any part of the approval of any of this $500,000. So big concerns for me here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This subdivision is in Mr. Dunbar's and my district, and this is phase 2 of rebuilding the streets in that subdivision. And what they found during the first phase was that they had to dig significantly deep in some areas to get what they called bad fill out of there and then replace it with good fill. But until they dig up this other section that's in phase 2 of this project, they don't know for sure what type of fill is down there until they get down there and dig. And so I'm thinking that's the reason they've put a contingency of $500,000 on this. I'll also point out that the winning bid on this was $600,000 under the engineer's estimate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Weddle?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us, and that completes our consent agenda.
A new record.
Yes. We're just setting all kinds of records. All right, so the next item we have before us is item 11A, AM number 238-2020, approval of a vendor contract with the Alaska Railroad Corporation, contract number 5981 for a remainder of contract term ending December 31st, 2033 in the amount of $3,575,000 to provide payment of inspection fees, maintenance, and repairs at railroad crossings for the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you. Madam Clerk, what is the motion on the floor?
Mr. Constant moved to approve, and it was seconded by Mr. Peterson.
And is it which version do we have? Because I believe we have an A version. So is that on the original?
I'm going to have to check
Mr. Chair, I don't think it could be the A version. That's dated June 2nd.
That is true, yes. Look at that, June 2nd. So that is a new. Okay, so then the motion before us is a motion to approve on the original version. So what is there any discussion?
Can we step on that by moving the A version?
Second.
You can certainly do that. So I hear a motion from Mr. Weddleton, second from Mr. Constant to move to approve the A version. Do you want to speak to that, Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I was actually nervous about this at the start, but then looked into it quite a bit and read the whole variety of extensions to this contract over the decades and back to the original one. And I think matching it up to the next 13 years was fine. The administration came forward with this and doing it in 5-year periods, and that's also good. It's something we should keep an eye on. But we're committed to paying the railroad to do these inspections for the next 13 years, however this is done. So, this is fine.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Yeah.
Weddleton, yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have, we now have before us item 11B, AO number 2020-22, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage at the regular municipal election on April 6th, 2021, a ballot proposition amending Anchorage Municipal Charter Article 5, the executive branch to permit delegation of the mayor's emergency powers.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, what is the motion on the floor? Thank you. Madam Vice Chair?
Yes, I'd like to move to postpone until August 25th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to that, Madam Vice Chair?
Sure. The companion ordinance, it was AO 2020-2021, or sorry, AO 2020-21 was moved to August 25th, so it makes sense to have those on the same day.
Thank you.
That was the one that has to do with incapacity of the mayor, of course.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none then, we will take that back up on August 25th along with the other ordinance. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take up items 15A through D.
Second.
Do you want to speak to that, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes, I would like to. As you know, these are quasi-judicial items, and the public hearing was closed for all 4 of these at the May 19th meeting. And so these are essentially unfinished quasi-judicial business, and it makes sense to take them up now.
I would just, if I might, make a little point of order. I think if you look really closely at the record, for 2 of those items, we actually didn't open nor close the public hearing. And that's the Great Northern Cannabis licenses, and so we might want to look really closely, but that doesn't change the fact that we should move them up.
Okay, I guess I will have to ask the clerk to advise me on those 2 items when we get there, but I think the first 2 items, though, we definitely did open and close the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay, and then I guess just for future intent, when we do have these items, they will be in that 12 reserved spot. So when we postpone items, they'll just get moved down to there. Any discussion on that motion to change the order of the day? And any opposition?
Well, Weddleton, we're just moving. I'm sorry, can I go?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So we're skipping 14A and 14B to move to the 15s. I think 14A and 14B were pretty quick.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I guess, Mr. Constant, if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, thanks. John, here's the problem. The way that we structured the new agenda, there's a little bit of a loophole there. Because those items were previously heard, they should have found themselves into a place in advance of the new public hearings. And they were postponed for other actions. One was referred to a committee. The other was postponed to tonight so we could have it at the committee as well. And so, just in a matter of fairness, these petitioners have already been through a public hearing. And so while we may be able to get through those 2 items, the purpose of this is to kind of ensure that the people whose items had been here should have the priority that they deserve.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. That makes sense.
Thank you. All right, so I'm not hearing any opposition, so we have changed the order of the day. So now we will take up item 15A, AR number 2020-165 as amended, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Enlighten Alaska Greenery, LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M21551, doing business as Enlighten Alaska Greenery, LLC, and located at 524 East 48th Avenue. So the next 4 items on our agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings, and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, and accept in liquor license applications and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. So, Madam Clerk, what is the motion that we have on this one?
The motion, Mr. Constant moved to approve, and it was seconded by Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. I believe we have some amendments on this one.
Before we do that, Mr. Chair, I don't know that it's a requirement, Mr. Chair, but to do disclosure, should there have been any, because again, we're back in a quasi-judicial hearing and have had some time lapse.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So we do have that. So let's go ahead and do that, and then after disclosures, I have one more procedural thing for us to do before we get to debate. So any disclosures on this item? And I guess this would be disclosures in addition to what was disclosed last meeting, so between the last meeting and this current meeting. Okay, I'm not hearing any disclosures for this item. Then let's go ahead and ring up the attorney, Jana Weltzing. And so we will go ahead and give Ms. Weltzing an opportunity to speak in response to some of the comments that were provided in public testimony. Usually the licensee would be afforded such an opportunity, and because we postponed, this is their opportunity now to do so. Okay, thanks.
This is Jana.
Hi, Jana. This is Felix with the Anchorage Assembly. So we are on item 15A. And if you can go ahead, turn off that sound of the recording, please. So you now have an opportunity to, as the licensee designee, to speak on this after the public testimony. So go ahead, Ms. Weltzing.
Thank you so much, Chair Riviera. Jana Weltzing, attorney for Enlighten Alaska. So I just wanted a chance to respond to some of the concerns that were raised by the Salvation Army. I want the Salvation Army, and I want you, this assembly, to know that this Alaskan family-owned business has been in operation since 2016, and they've been in exemplary licensee. They have operated their store on Spenard Road with no issues, and they've been seen as an example in our community. You know, they looked around for a manufacturing and cultivation facility, and when they found this facility, it was already approved. It had already gone through this process. It had already been vetted. And now, you know, we had, back in September of 2019, they did their public posting. They ran ads in the newspapers for 3 straight weeks. And December 17th, they sent out invites to everyone that was within 500 feet of the property line of their facility, and they didn't have anybody show up from the Salvation Army. Granted, the 17th of December is a busy time for the Salvation Army and the important work that they do, so we can understand maybe that they didn't get the chance to come to that. But they're very aware of the Salvation Army's concern about odor, and they're very committed to making sure that their ventilation system doesn't cause a problem with the operations of the Salvation Army. And they are 100% committed to making sure that that doesn't negatively impact anybody that utilizes the Salvation Army's, incredibly important resources. So this family, though, in Layton, Alaska, Jane, Lee, and Evan, they invested a lot of money in this facility. They relied on past precedents of the Assembly, and they deserve a chance to try this location and do cultivation and manufacturing there and give it a good shot, because not only does it brighten the area and create more diversification in our economy, the cultivation in particularly is going to be an amazing facility for social distancing and providing safe workspace, because it's already a sanitation area and it lends itself to the distance. There's no fairness in this process if you can't rely on the precedent set already by the Assembly. And this application, if granted, these licenses will come back in front of the Assembly. There'll be a period for public hearing and public comment. So if there is a problem with smell and odor in the next 12 months, once this gets approved, you're going to know about it, and you're going to have the chance to, terminate this license if it is a problem. But I guarantee you, this family that's committed to Anchorage is not going to have a problem with this, and they are going to be 100% transparent and communicative with the Salvation Army to make sure that their ventilation system is tip-top and that this operation doesn't negatively impact the Salvation Army, because we really respect what the Salvation Army does. And so I just hope they can get a chance to show that.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to speak on behalf of the licensee? You still have some time if you want it.
They're listening right now on the line, and I will see. I'm going to give me like 10 seconds to see if they want to say anything else. And I don't want to take up your precious time, because I've heard so much good work that you guys have been doing, and the debates have been pretty interesting. And I'm not seeing them respond yet, so I think we're okay for now, unless there's any particular questions that any of the Assembly have.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll go ahead, turn off your time. Does anyone, while we have them on the line, have any questions for the licensee's representative or the licensee themselves?
Mr. Chair, do we know if she'll be able to stay on the line while we discuss the amendment?
Ms. Wilson, will you be able to stay on the line?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Allard?
Yeah, thank you. Jenna, I have a question for you. You had said that, let me take this earpiece out. You said that you would, I don't know if you said the word guaranteed, so I don't want to misquote you, but did you say you would guarantee that there was no odor coming from the facility? Or even if you didn't, can you tell me some of the precautions you're going to take? Because, the Salvation Army's right there. You know that they have some strong issues. So I'm just wondering if you can kind of tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, definitely. So I might have said guarantee, but it was pretty anecdotal. But I will tell you that I have worked with a lot of cultivation facilities in town, and we have struggled to make sure that the smell is contained. So the Salvation Army's concern is very valid. And so we've really had to work with HVAC companies and engineering companies. And mechanical engineering is where you have to look to solve the problem with this odor issue. And so the mechanical engineers have been working and designing this plan that's going to go through the building safety department, but they're drawing on past experiences from other cultivations in town that have struggled with the same issue. It is an issue that needs to be looked at, and it is an issue that you need to monitor daily. So one of the things that Enlighten Alaska is going to be doing is every day an employee will get to the cultivation facility, but before they walk inside, they will go to each corner of the property line and make sure that they don't smell marijuana. And they do that at the beginning of the day so that their smell isn't tainted. Because once you're, in something that smells one way, you kind of lose, scent of it, I guess would be the way to explain it, and you get used to it. So they would do that at the beginning of every single day. And if they sense odor, they're going to make a report of it on their log, and then that filter that, wherever the wind direction is blowing, that filter will be replaced. And so these are carbon filters that are meant to, filter out smell and take out the particulates so that the air that is exhausted out of the building is supposed to be free of marijuana odor. And so by and large, it's really been working for a lot of these cultivation facilities. It took a little bit of time, and it definitely took a little trial and error, but we're really there on having a good closed loop system that really controls the smell in those facilities.
Thank you, Jana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other discussion or questions. Thank you, Ms. Weltzine. Okay, so then we can go ahead and move on to the amendment. So we have amendment number 1 by Assemblymembers Zolotel and Peterson.
I move Zolotel Peterson amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. Given the concerns about this facility expressed by the Salvation Army Rehabilitation Treatment Center nearby with regard to the visibility of the facility being a marijuana establishment, and some concerns that if it could turn into a retail marijuana store in the future, this amendment would it says the cultivation licensee is prohibited from applying for retail marijuana store license co-located with and attached to it or located on the same lots. It just stops the not having a retail marijuana store there.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this amendment? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just a finer point. It just stops this licensee and this license from applying for a retail license. Down the future, another person, this building owner's rights aren't being restricted.
Thank you.
There was a question. This restricts the rights of the applicant who is the tenant in this building, but the owner of the building, we aren't getting involved with that. That's another matter for another day.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Weddle?
Yes.
That passes 11-0. Next, we have amendment number 2 by Assemblymembers Zolotel and Rivera.
I move amendment number 2 by Zolotel and Assembly Chair Rivera.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is much like amendment number 1, but this will be added to the special land use permit, which is apart from the license. So the restriction would be a covenant running with the land for as long as the site is used for a marijuana cultivation facility.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. I think that this, again, it's applying something to the property owner, and I don't think it's warranted, and I think it's unfair, actually, to Agemo Properties and their concerns. I know that the special land use permit will expire sometime after there hasn't been a license there, but if you've ever been involved with really bad businesses, it's the special land use permit that always gets you in our municipality. So I'll be a no vote on this.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members
Excuse
may
me, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sure.
I've been advised by council to amend the amendment to change the words cultivation licensee to the word location.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Do you want to speak to it?
I'm going to let Mr. Gates speak to it because I didn't necessarily catch everything he was putting in my ear. Thanks.
Sure. Mr. Gates?
Sure, I would be happy to. So, in just listening and looking at that language again, it's the same language as Amendment Number 1, which was attached to the licensee. And here for the special land use permit, if perhaps it runs with the land and perhaps if another business owner or another cultivation licensee, not this one in Lighton, down the road, wants to apply, then this restriction on the cultivation licensee applying wouldn't apply to them. So you want it to be oriented towards the location to run with the special land use permit, to run with the land.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, on the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, I think that I previously spoke to this on the previous item.
Your microphone is not on.
I spoke to this previously on the earlier item, and I think in some ways this is an overreach. It's an abuse against the property owner because he has nothing to do with the licensee in their application other than he provides them with a building to do their business. And what we're effectively doing here is de facto changing the distance requirements that are established in our code that we've worked so hard to establish, because you're effectively expanding the distance of the protected land use that is the shelter, not the shelter, the treatment center, to say that this property can't be used because of the impacts it might have on the Salvation Army's treatment center. And I believe that the proper process for amending our separation distances is to go through the Title 10 and 21 process to make sure, or the Title 21, it's interesting that this is Title 10, but we should be more careful when we are dealing with the underlying property rights of a property owner who isn't the licensee seeking the application, and I just believe we should say no to this. It doesn't change the condition that we previously established that the licensee that we've licensed can't have a retail establishment there.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Where is the owner to the property? Is he here to testify or say anything? So we don't know where he stands on it, whether he's against it or for it.
Let me just double check on my list. So we do have the attorney who is available for questions. So we go ahead and attorney representing the owner. Yeah. So if we can go ahead and, Madam Deputy Clerk, if we can call David Shoup, the attorney representing Egamo Properties, which is the property in question.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll have to disconnect Ms. Weltzen to do that.
Okay. If we have questions for you, Ms. Weltzen, we will call you back.
Sounds great. Thank you. Bye.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. David Shoup. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. We have a question for you. We are currently on the license for Enlighten Alaska. Mr. Constant, or excuse me, Ms. Allard.
I'm Mr. Shoup. This is Jamie Allard. I am asking how your client feels in regards to not being able to have, or to be blocked in order to, how do I say it?
Can I help you?
Yeah, you can help me.
So, Mr. Shoup, the question, so we previously in an item adopted as an amendment, adopted a restriction that the current tenant cannot apply for or get a retail license. The question now before us is whether we should put a restriction on the land itself, the owner of the property, the building, that it can't have a retail license. And that's really the question that Ms. Allard is asking.
Okay, so I guess my understanding of the question is, I understand that the current tenant, Enlighten, doesn't seek a retail license, but I think my client would object to having something run with the land. And the reason for that is because the building wasn't always used as a marijuana facility. Before the last tenant went in there, it was used for other purposes. That tenant sort of changed the nature of the building without the landlord's permission and turned it into one that was really more suited to a marijuana manufacturing facility. The current landowner, Egamo Properties, has no objection if Enlighten, if there was going to be a restriction that they not run a retail sort of process through that building or a retail outlet at the building. But I think Egamo Properties would object if that sort of restriction would run with the land, because at some point, we hope this tenant will be there and thrive and stay there for a very long time. But if that doesn't happen, it may be that the building wants, that the landlord may want to change it to other uses.
Thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
All right. I guess while we have Mr. Shoup on the line, do we have any other questions for him, Mr. Constant?
No, mine is just Nick.
Weddleton does.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Shoup. Excuse me, Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. So, Mr. Shoup, this restriction on the special land use permit, these special land use permits related to marijuana expire.
Hold on, Mr. Weddleton. Is Mr. Shoup on with us, or did he hang up? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
These special land use permits expire after they're not being used by a marijuana operator, so it's not something that would be tied to the land for long. So if this operator moved on, it wouldn't really restrict any other, you could use it for general warehousing and things like that. It wouldn't impact that at all. Does that factor into your thoughts on this?
It does, and if that is the case, then Egamo Properties would have no objection.
Mr. Chair, clarifying question.
Sure, Mr. Constant.
So, actually, Mr. Gates, how long does the special land use permit run past the termination of the license on the land? Is it 6 months like it is with alcohol?
I believe it's about the same, but I need to double check this.
Right, roughly 6 months.
Mr. Schutte might know off the top of his head.
So the question is a little more nuanced than you would be able to do with it what you would want after. You would be blocked for at least 6 months from having an applicant be qualified even to move through the licensing process should a change occur sometime in the future.
Right, and I think, Mr. Chairman, that I don't think Egamo Properties would have an objection if that's the case.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Constant? Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on I believe we have the amendment to the amendment.
To the chair, I had a comment,
sure.
independent of the question of Mr. Shoup.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, I want to address at the point Mr. Constant had said that by doing this, we're essentially changing the separation distances, and in some regards, that's very true. But it's not without precedent. We did just a few months ago. There was a large strip mall that had a religious activity in it that was lot line to lot line. excuse me, too close to a proposed marijuana retail operation. So it didn't meet the separation distance, but we approved it anyway, and we did it because in a practical sense, it was so remote from the religious assembly. They wouldn't see it, the traffic pattern wasn't by it. It just served no public purpose to recognize that 200-foot separation. So with the purpose of this amendment and also the prior one are really saying, okay, well, we got those rock solid, or we have these requirements, but we are allowed for public health and kind of to consider other things, like we did in the other one where we ignored the 200 feet and say, Salvation Army has a really good point. They've got people struggling to overcome an addiction, and we should support that in every way we can. I'm comfortable that a well-run cultivation facility will not smell, will be basically invisible, and have no impact. But a retail is different. That would be put in temptation right in front of these people who are doing a heroic thing to overcome their addiction. So, I think given that, the sense of just using some common sense and sense of the public health, that these amendments are important. So, thank you. I support this.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Just add that the First Amendment actually achieved that goal, and I believe that the previous case that he was referring to, didn't it go through a variance process? So there certainly was process and opinion and reports and details, but thank you. This horse has been whipped, I think.
Well, no, can I add to that?
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
It's not quite the same, Mr. Constant, because the first one attaches it to the licensee, but if they were to sell the operation, you'd have a new licensee. This would say, it doesn't matter who owns it, no retail.
Again, which gets to the point of us changing the separation distances in a de facto manner. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've circled the wagon on this one. Oh, no, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to bring up the fact that Ms. Weltzine had mentioned at the Community and Economic Development Committee meeting that there's not enough parking for retail there, and so that would be a hurdle they would have to look at, and it would be a difficult hurdle for them to get over. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Oh, on the amendment to the amendment.
Yes.
Yes.
So that passes 10-1. We now have the main amendment before us. Any further discussion on the main amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Weddle?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
I just want to say the Community and Economic Development Committee discussed this cultivation license on May 14th and on the 28th, and in a non-unanimous vote recommended approval. And the key issues were what we just discussed, kind of the proximity to the recovery center. There was also quite a bit of discussion regarding ownership of some equipment in the building, and perhaps Mr. Gates could embellish, but I think the conclusion is that's a civil matter between the property owner and another business and not really related to this license.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none.
I'm sorry, I was reading something, if you're asking me about that dispute, about the some equipment that is in the building and the dispute between the property owner, that former licensee, and that's really a completely contractual dispute between that landlord and former tenant, and the lease agreement that they had about being in arrears and whether they could seize property. And it really has no bearing on the license and the approval of this license, in my opinion.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
No.
Yes.
That item passes 9-2. We now have before us item 15B, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal AR number 2020-166, as amended, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Enlighten Extractions, LLC, a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M21552, doing business as Enlighten Extractions, LLC.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, what is the motion on the floor?
Mr. Constant moved and Mr. Peterson seconded that.
Thank
Motion to approve is on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just double check. I don't think we have amendments on this one. Okay.
I'm going to take that back. It was Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Constant, but the motion is on the floor.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item?
The Chair?
You're sure, Mr. Weddleton.
Just again, the Community Economic Development Committee looked at this in depth on May 14th and 28th, and in a non-unanimous vote recommended approval.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? I think she talked about it in the first one, yeah. Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 9-2. Thank you. So we now have before us item 15C, resolution number AR 2020-163, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of municipal marijuana cultivation number M10299 for Great Northern Cultivation, Inc., DBA Great Northern Cultivation.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So the clerk advises me that the public hearing was closed on this item at our last meeting. We have no motion. Okay. So what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Weddleton?
Yes, Mr. Weddleton.
This was sent after our last meeting to the Community Economic Development Committee, primarily because there was an article in the newspaper that discussed some activities, alleged activities at Great Northern Cannabis related to the current owner of this license. And we had a representative from AMCO there, and at this point the AMCO investigation is ongoing, and it's a separate process that could result in penalties on individuals or the company, and it could also lead to the license suspension or revocation actions. But the alleged and disputed facts need to be adjudicated in the proper form to make official findings to afford due process before the Assembly relies on the alleged facts as a basis for a transfer decision. And those factual findings at the conclusion of AMCO's process may become a basis for denial of a renewal of the license, or possibly we could bring up the license separately from the renewal process for possible punitive action.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I agree with everything Mr. Weddleton said, except I believe there was one slight nuance in there. This is one of the strangest applicants before us. The transfer is happening, but the transferee is already operating. And so what we're doing is moving the license from the transferor to the transferee, so from the previous owner to the new owner, even though the new owner has currently been operating. And so what we're doing here is just kind of clearing the deck to make sure there's only one entity before us, and that entity is the one that is having the questions before AMCO. And so we're just straightening up the matter.
Thank you. And for the members, the general counsel for the applicant is available if you do have questions for Mr. Redden. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, thanks. So I have a question for Dean, and possibly the attorney for the applicant. But we've got a situation, if you read through the packet, it has, as they all do, a list of the owners, which is quite a long list for Great Northern Cannabis. But at this point, the management and apparently some of the owners have changed. So I wonder if someone, Dean or someone, could answer, can we even move forward with this when the license is being transferred to a different group of people than represented in this application?
That's a good question. I think you can. The change of ownership, we have another code provision for that. It allows for some change of ownership. And a lot of these long list of owners have a very minor share, some 1% or 3%. As long as this transferee and their names are current and correct, then approving this transfer would be okay.
Any
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my concern is that I understand the transfer and it's under new ownership, but for me, and I understand due process, but if it was any other organization, and I brought this up before, whether it's a baby food industry, dog food industry, or a meat packing company, and there was any type of mold or whatever they're alleged of finding in the marijuana, it raises concerns for me. And I guess I would like to see the findings before we proceed with it and approve it, although I understand it's new people and it's under new licensees, but I just have a real concern because I really believe if it was any other organization or any other business, we wouldn't be voting here to carry on that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I think that an important distinction to make, though, is that in this case, there is zero evidence of any mold at any time, right? That's an allegation only. And so it would be a similar circumstance using baby food as baby food company A and baby food company B. Baby food company B makes a public allegation that baby food company A has mold in their food, but there's no evidence, right? It's just an accusation until it's actually been adjudicated in some manner, right? Until an investigator says, I have some facts, then you only have an accusation between parties. And so in this case, the process begs to flow through the investigator's hands until we know some facts, because at this time we only have allegations.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is just kind of, I guess, fundamentally problematic to me. We've looked at all the different things that are kind of going on behind the scenes with this one, and the reason why I didn't support it coming out of committee was because it just felt like there were just too many things going on to make me comfortable enough to say, yes, we should move forward with this. You know, we have so many marijuana establishments that operate and function without all of these interesting backstories and underlying issues. And so I'm just thinking that, you know, if we have that kind of record with other establishments in the community, then I'm not really feeling pressured that we have to also allow for some of these that do have some, you know, just underlying problems. And so I'm not willing to support it at this level either. Kind of the same concerns that I had expressed at the committee level. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
No.
Yes.
That item is approved 9-2. We now have before us item 15D, resolution number AR 2020-164, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of municipal marijuana manufacturing number M10301 for Great Northern Manufacturing, Inc., DBA Great Northern Manufacturing.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Perez-Vidia, seconded by Ms. Solotel. Any discussion on this item? Hearing no discussion, members may proceed to vote.
No.
Yes.
That item is approved 9-2. Going back on our agenda, we now have before us item 14A, ordinance number AO 2020-52, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly temporarily discounting Title 11 transportation inspection permit or annual permit fees for taxis, vehicles for hire, and related dispatching services as an economic stimulus measure in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Before I go ahead, open up public hearing on this item. For testimony on public hearing items, please direct your comments to the Assembly or the Chair and not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate. For public hearing items, your testimony must be on the topic, not other items or subjects. And please, let's maintain decorum. So with that, I don't see that we have anyone queued up to speak telephonically. Is there any other public testimony? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, probably should have asked this question before, but the reduction in revenues, what's the plan for that? What's going to happen to the 225,000? Are we cutting positions or absorbing costs?
I think through the chair, absorbing costs. It's this business obviously got impacted by the COVID and the pandemic, and so this seemed like a reasonable accommodation that was brought through the Economic Resilience Task Force that we could accommodate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just another question to the administration. I'd like to hear just a bit of the rationale for this. Not that I'm opposed to it, but it seems like it's looking at a stimulus for one particular industry. And are there more industries in the queue to be thinking about how to provide economic stimulus for specifically? Why was this sort of brought forward at this time? I'd just like a little bit more background as to why this and why now.
This specific issue got raised due to its very singular fact that the municipality charges licensing fees, pretty high licensing fees, the perception of the industry, and so it seemed a reasonable accommodation for their very specific industry based on the level of fee involved, that a 50% reduction could be accommodated. There didn't seem to be any other fees that came through the discussions at the Economic Resilience Task Force that the municipality could act on.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up, please?
Sure.
Are there other industries that the administration is considering as well?
I'll let Mr. Schutte answer that.
Thank you. Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. So first, I'll back up a little bit on the previous question. Taxis is the word that jumps out, but keep in mind that this actually applies to licensing for all vehicles for hire. And so, as Mr. Slifka pointed out, the Economic Resiliency Task Force, I think it was the local policy group, saw an opportunity for some relief for vehicles for hire industry right now, which is, of course, experiencing a severe downturn in the COVID-19 pandemic. Much like all of you approved with the building safety fee reduction, this was designed around reducing the burden that business owners are being asked to carry right now, but doing so in a responsible way that we could absorb within the municipality at no loss to the city. So that was the genesis of that particular one. In the list of other license types or fees, et cetera, that the municipality has plans for reducing or has already reduced, another example is the right-of-way permit fees that are required for some of our sidewalk vendors or park vendors that are out doing food trucks, hot dogs, things like that. They, of course, in March and April, were looking down the barrel of a very negative summer, and so they came to us and asked for some relief, which we were able to grant in the form of a refund of all of the permit fees they had paid for 2020, as well as a reservation for their same spot in the same condition next year to continue on. That one actually may have a postscript to this story in that they are beginning to see the economy open up, and several of those vendors have come back and said, well, maybe I'll try a few months this summer. So we're beginning to have that conversation now to look at how that could function. As far as other fee reductions or permit waivers, there are a number of user groups within the Parks and Rec community that are also looking at similar reductions on their activities, whether they're organized sports or events that we're planning to happen at one of our park facilities. Many of them have also come back and asked about some reduced fees where we're working with them on an individual one-by-one basis. Swimming pools is another example. Northern Lights Swim Club looking at a little bit of a reduction on the permit fees they pay for the service pool, and we're working with them on that. So it's across the board, and a lot of them come from the user groups, but as Mr. Slifka pointed out, a lot of them have come out of the Economic Resiliency Task Force.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might also level the playing field a little bit because network transportation companies aren't paying these fees. And if you look at the summary of economic effects down in the small print, it says that about 65% of the taxi cabs have not been operating. So if this will help get some of them back out on the road to create some more economic opportunities for people out there. And if a couple thousand people a week are going to be coming into the airport, they might need some more cabs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this effort. I do have a couple of questions, though, and Mr. Schutte can probably answer them for me. In terms of the 65% reduction in taxi services, do you know when that number was actually identified? I mean, how old is that information? And I'm hoping that it's actually improved since we've had the phase 3 opening. Do you have any data on that, or any even anecdotal? Is there more of an increase or an increased demand for taxis right now?
To the chair, this is Carrie Belden. I'm the transportation inspector. I could go ahead and answer that question for you if you would like.
Great, thank you. I'll have another one after that, but thank you.
Excellent. Through the chair, this number of taxi services that were out of service at the time that this document was generated was, I believe, end of April, and we ran the numbers for the end of March, and I believe that there are more taxi cabs on the road now since the city has started to open up, and now I believe only approximately 40% are out of service. So it is trending in the proper way to get people back on the road.
Good, thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I've got another question.
Go ahead.
I just wondered how seasonal taxi service is. I mean, obviously, I know there's a lot of them that are there at the airport in the summer, but does it tend to be more of a seasonal activity?
Through the chair, it is definitely a year-round activity, but they make most of their money in the summer due to tourism and seasonal summer events and things like that. So they are a little lean in the winter and certainly make a lot of their money in the summer.
Thank you. So I guess that means, considering we may have lost most of our tourist season, we may not be seeing a whole lot of taxi service requirements anytime soon either, which makes this effort that much more important. So thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. So we're cataloging these expenses, right? So we're absorbing this, but when we do come to the question of expenses for the municipality related to the pandemic, we're going to know these numbers. Thank you. Yes. Mr. Trudy is indicating with 2 thumbs, or almost 2 thumbs up. So thank you.
Okay, so seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2020-53, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Table 21.09-2, Table of Allowable Uses, to allow food and beverage kiosk in the GC-10 Girdwood Upper Alyeska Highway Commercial District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. We have one individual lined up to speak over the phone, and then I'll open up testimony to in person. So let's go ahead and ring up Madam Deputy Clerk, Mr. Mike Edgington.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Edgington. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14B regarding the Girdwood Upper Alyeska Highway Commercial District. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So, again, thank you, Mr. Chair and Assembly members. My name is Mike Edgington. I'm co-chair of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, and I'm speaking on that behalf. This was an issue which was discovered during conditional use permit application by the brewery. Before that, food trucks were operating in the area, and it was very successful. We heard no problems. I'd say it was a popular addition to the services in the area. There were several local businesses which ran food trucks there. It was a nice part of the environment. The lack of zoning was discovered during the conditional use permit, as I said before. We have a Title 21, Chapter 9, which is the chapter of Title 21 which covers Girdwood, has many problems. We've been doing some review of it within a subcommittee of GBOS. We're in the process of updating our comprehensive plan as well. This is a fairly small request, and I'd say a necessary request. Just as a quick note, Anchorage has 8 commercial districts, including the port. Girdwood has 10 plus the airport. So for a much, much smaller community, maybe 1% of the population, we have more commercial zones. A number of things have to be tidied up here. We have a fairly robust local process as well. The petitioners presented at 4 different meetings. We had votes at 2 of them, our Land Use Committee and GBOS, both of which voted unanimously to support this. And the one other thing I wanted to comment is I think in our resolution, we actually suggested permitted by right, and I appreciate the review from planning to point out that all other areas in the municipality require administrative site plan, and I think we would be happy with using an administrative site plan instead. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you so much. Any further in-person public testimony? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move. Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I was glad to hear that the administrative site plan review is important because we had some public testimony via email from a business interested in Eagle or Girdwood that is interested in doing this, but we previously had heard from that entity and had some neighbors concerned about the potential of noise around their properties due to the expansion of this business. And so that administrative site plan review is really important for certain locations to make sure we don't create compounding problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Yeah.
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. I'm not going to read the full paragraph here, but just a reminder, these next items that we're entering are quasi-judicial hearings, items in nature. So we now have before us item 15E, resolution number AR 2020-171, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new brewery liquor license number 5902 for Zip Kombucha LLC DBA Zip Kombucha.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Would anyone like to testify on this item? We don't have anyone signed up over the phone. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jesse. I'm the owner of Zip Kombucha. We've been operating in this Bernard area for about 2 years, making our locally made fermented Alaskan tea. We've actually been operating under a restaurant liquor license, which is a lot more open when it comes to the hours of operations and the number of beverages that can be served. We've recently chosen to go a different route in our business plan and open up that model to making our own hard kombucha, beers, and hard seltzers. And so I'm asking that the Assembly approve this change in liquor license. We'll be discontinuing our restaurant liquor license and making our own product on site.
Thank you for your testimony. And I don't have any questions for you right now, but stick around for debate. We might. Anyone else to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, the clerk's going to give me a clarification on this, but I just wanted the co-chairs of the Public Safety Committee are listed as sponsors of the next three, and these items were not brought before the Public Safety Committee. I just want to make sure that the members are aware of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. Just a moment for procedural conversation related to that topic. Mr. Weddleton and I have had some discussions about the flow of applications and where they properly should be and who should be the sponsors of them. And alcohol, for some reason, they get de facto run through public safety, even though they're never seen there. And then marijuana always goes through the Community and Economic Development Committee. A theory that I've been developing, and probably this is better for work session, but I'm just going to finish it, is that it's maybe what we ought to do is contemplate sending all applications through Community and Economic Development Committee, and then when problems arise from that committee, refer them to the Public Safety Committee for addressing of problems. And then that way we have a clean body to review problems separate from the licensing issues. And so I'll come back to that with the body some more fleshed out in the near future, but this is a perfect example where we have a process that doesn't actually do what it says it does, which is reviewed by, or introduced by. So anyhow, thank you.
Thank
Sorry
you
for that digression.
Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Yes.
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 15F, resolution number AR 2020-179. Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5891 and restaurant designation permit for Main Event Services LLC, DBA Main Event.
Waive reading.
Thank you. We don't have anyone to testify over the phone. In-person public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, Chris and I are misbehaving.
That item is approved 11-0.
Mostly Chris.
The next item we have before us is item 15G, resolution number AR 2020-180, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of club liquor license number 5236 for Anchorage Elks Lodge number 2826, DBA Anchorage Elks Lodge number 2826.
Waive reading.
Thank you. We don't have anyone to testify over the phone. Public testimony is now open in person. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Yes.
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. That completes our regular agenda. We're now to final audience participation. So as a reminder, if you spoke during the initial audience participation, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair and not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate, and please maintain decorum. So with that, I believe we have Mr. Eugene Haberman to kick us off. Thanks.
Your call cannot be completed.
Do I have to type 1?
Okay, so since... Okay. All right, we will try one more time. No one can say that we did not attempt to contact Mr. Haberman to allow him to testify.
I got him. I know Eugene's number by heart.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Haberman. We are now at the final audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. Point one, there was a meeting at 4 o'clock. I requested an opportunity to speak. It was an issue that you had also had an executive session later in the meeting, but there was no audience participation. But it was the topic of municipal light and power and going to Chugach and regulatory commission decision. And key one, never got a call. Number two, no opportunity for the public to even listen to the meeting and any part of it, and no documentation on the website to show what was before you, just a subject. So that was 3 minutes that I didn't get a chance to speak. Now let's go on this thing, and I'll close on this thing with. I witnessed election committee meeting last week that 20 minutes in the meeting they were still having trouble to connect, and the end result is somehow I got disconnected and I could not get connected back in there and didn't listen to any part of the meeting. And that's an example of how things are with the Zoom thing that you're doing. The other thing I'd like to say is this. My protest of concern that elected and government officials in Alaska failed to protect Alaskans during this World Health Emergency with policies and statements that continue to document this neglect. And also the governor of our state continues to provide, and these are my words that I've used several times, a false sense of security in regarding to this World Health Emergency facing Alaska and the part he plays in that. And also a line that I recently reported was this. While the governor for our state continues to recommend social distancing and the continued use of face coverings, the governor was seen not complying with his own recommendations during the Memorial Day ceremony in the Metlakatla Borough. And then another point, a few weeks earlier, I witnessed the Commissioner for Public Safety attending a city council meeting in Palmer. I was the only one in the room wearing face masks, the only one in the public there, and raised concern, and no one put their face masks on. And then, visiting in a 1 hour firelight a few weeks ago, I witnessed the Anchorage Police Department, 5 members coming in with folded flags, and no one was wearing a face covering. So you're recommending the public to do one thing while these officials are doing another. So one should be an example of what you're recommending and not the example and expect the public to comply. And I guess that's it, except my timer says 6 seconds to spare. And thank you very much and wish you the best.
Thank you for participating. Let's see. So that's it for our phone participation. Would anyone else like to participate? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Russ Serino. I own a business downtown Anchorage. I'm a resident of downtown Anchorage, and I'm a part of the Downtown Community Council, and I like being very much involved with what's going on with our city. And I've noticed something that I've written to all of you about, and I'm sure you've seen many correspondence from me. But the main portion that we're finding right now is we've got small businesses out there that are closing. They're closing their doors for good. and they're all being closed for one specific thing, a technicality in the federal money that was given to us through SBA. I received $1,000 from SBA in the EIDL money, and then I'm cut out of every single program that you've offered since then because I'm no longer qualified, including the one that was released Monday, the state program for Alaska CARES Act, is kicking me out because of that $1,000 from EIDL. In fact, I've also been told that even if I get that money back, I've offered to give it back to SBA. If I give the money back, I still do not qualify based on whatever's going on today. Now, I heard you talk about putting money aside for futures with the city, and I may not have caught all of the stuff that happened today, so maybe you have done things that are geared toward the small business owner that's being affected by this pandemic. I really want to challenge you because this is a serious thing. You're taking our livelihoods by not doing anything and not addressing this flawed system that would stop us from getting the basic needs. Right now, my business is still closed. I'm the last one to open up because I'm based totally on tourism, who gets in through that airport. So my overhead of $5,000 a month is building up. And all I have is that $1,000 to look back on that I can't even get back. And you guys refuse to do anything for the small business owner that's left out of this. I've got bills. I've got rent. I've got all this. I've got seasonal employees that I use too well. I don't qualify for PPE because they're all contracted laborers. It's all a flawed process. You need to find a way to support the local businesses. I know of 2 that closed just last week permanently, because they couldn't figure out all the rhetoric and all the convoluted mess that is this money that we're supposed to get to save our businesses. How can you sit here and ignore what we're telling you? We are losing our livelihoods and our ability to be able to make money in the state of Alaska, in the city of Anchorage, and no one is bringing this issue up. It's just simply the same thing you follow with every single one of them. The guidelines state if you've received any federal money whatsoever, you're not going to get any help. That's not right. I applaud you for giving the taxi cab services some break there, but you also have tour companies that are paying huge fees to this city every single year that have got multiple cars that they license and they put out there with fees for curbside service. There's no talk about anything like that. So you do have a flaw in the system. Please be aware of it. Please do something about it and stop wasting your time on whether or not you should advise the mayor on putting masks on for the businesses. I'm all for what the mayor's been doing, and people are going to make their own decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for participating. Oh, Ms. Allard?
Can you come back up? I just have a quick question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
You said specifically that you offered to give the money back and that somebody told you no.
Even if I give the money back, I'm not qualified for the Alaska CARES Act. That is correct.
Okay. Was there anybody specific that said that you couldn't, or did you talk to anybody, or are you assuming?
Sure. It was the people who denied me through Alaska Housing.
Okay.
Alaskan Housing, that was the last one I think that they just did. They closed up that the city was a part of. And they told me when I asked why, they said because it's federally, they're not allowed to go past the federal. I may have this a little bit wrong. There's one that's state, one that's city. And I get them confused a lot, but they're both showing the same requirements, which are the federal requirements, that you can't take federal money and then get additional federal money. It's one or nothing, and you can't double it up. And so it was also said by the Commissioner Anderson, I believe, in a couple of the online public meetings with the governor, that was also the case as well. It's just a flaw. There's got to be something else we can do to support that part of the community, because I don't know what I'm going to do. I lose my business within weeks now, and I lose my condo, my place to live. My whole livelihood is gone with a business that I had 9 years of business downtown, gone.
So I might have missed it. What business do you own?
Anchorage Downtown Tour Group. We're on 3rd Avenue across the street from the Hilton Hotel.
Oh, you have the trolley.
No. That's Cyrus. They do that right downtown. But there's several other businesses other than mine. This is not just a request from me. There are a lot of small business owners that are in the tourism industry and the restaurants that are closing down. Have you seen how many closed down? Because they couldn't figure out how to even do it. There's some people that don't have English as their first language that were totally confused by it. This has been a convoluted mess for this entire process. I've studied it greatly, so I have a little bit of understanding, but even I can't figure it out half the time because there's just so much of it that gets. One person says one thing, another person says another.
Can you send me another email? Can you do that with more detail?
You've got a long list of.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd be happy to.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Would anyone else like to participate? Okay, seeing none then, we'll go ahead and move on to assembly comments. So I'll start on this side. Mr. Dunbar?
No comment, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mr. Peterson? That's Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No comment.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further comments.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdillo?
No comments. Just have a good night. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. I'm going to break the pattern. I have a brief comment, and that is, as we continue to move forward tonight, we did pass some the resolution about the I Can't Breathe rally. We've made some commitments. I just encourage us all to listen. Just open our ears and listen to those who are experiencing this as we contemplate what we're going to do moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. We had an item that was introduced today, 10G3 Ordinance AO 2020-56, about land reclamation, Title 21, and increasing the thresholds for Planning Department review. And I intend to review that at the Community Economic Development Committee at our next meeting.
Thank you. Since you're back, Madam Vice Chair?
And nothing for me, thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned.